Before we get started with our introductions, let me say that I know that there are a lot of passions and a lot of passion in this room this afternoon, and a lot of people are going to want to speak, and we're going to make time. Everyone who wants to speak will be heard. So we're not going to push you out and send you home because we've finished doing what we want to do. We'll keep time. You'll be allowed 3 minutes, and at the end of the 3 minutes, I will tell you your time is up. Now, that is not for the agents or the agents' representatives. It's only for public comment. So I hope you will bear with us. We have 5 cases, or really 6 this afternoon, that are coming before us, and we're going to do them in order of the agenda as they have been set. And I would just ask that everybody hold your salutations, your hoorays or your amens or your go brothers, and just keep those to yourself. We will hear the passion coming through the speaker, and we will appreciate that, and we will respect that. Everybody will be listened to. And our job is to look at these applications as they fall within the bounds of the Putnam County Comprehensive Plan and the Putnam County Land Development Code. That's basically what our job is. And then we make a determination whether it does or doesn't, and we send that recommendation on to the Board of County Commissioners. They have the final say-so. We don't. We're just the first step. We're the warm-up act, okay? So I appreciate everyone being here. It is gratifying to see so many people have come out this afternoon. This is exercising your civil duty and your civil obligations, and we appreciate that and we respect it. And I'm glad to see a young person back there. It's time to learn how government works. And this is a good example of how government should work. And hopefully we'll do it right. So somebody's reading Mr. Morris is reading our introductory statement. When he finishes that, I have 2 questions to ask the board. Well, has anyone had any conflict of interest with any of the cases that come before us today? No. Okay. No. Has anyone had ex parte communication that might affect how they vote today?
No. I field a bunch of calls because I've grown up here and know everybody, but I haven't taken any conversations that would affect judgment. No. Yeah.
Okay, and none of that will influence how you vote.
Correct.
As a final decision. Okay, with that out of the way, I'm not talking right. Mr. Morris, would you please read our introductory statement?
I will attempt to read it. This is a public hearing, and we are the Putnam County Planning Commission. We are a designated local planning agency for the county as prescribed in Chapter 163 of Florida statutes. And we function under the authority of Article 11 and 12 of the Putnam County Land Development Code. The primary responsibility of the commission is to serve as an advisory board to hear and make recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners on matters related to provisions of and proposed amendments to the Putnam County Comprehensive Plan and Putnam County Land Development Code. The members of this board will review each application and make a recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners at their regularly scheduled meeting on September 23rd. I got a note here, with the exception of PUD 25-000001, that will be at the August 26th meeting. Procedurally, we will call each case and number. A member of staff will briefly explain to us the nature of each request. We will then take comments from the applicant or their representatives, followed by public comments concerning the request. Please direct all comments or statements to the board and not to other people in the audience. Before speaking, we will ask each person to be recognized, come forward to the lectern and identify his or herself with name and address. After all persons wishing to speak have been heard, we will entertain a motion from the board. The motion will be voted on by the board members and become our recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners will make the final determination regarding the application. All applicants have the right to withdraw their request at any time during the application process. The following cases were advertised as being considered at today's meeting but will not be heard at the request of the applicant.
There are none.
And there are none. If the applicant chooses to have these cases heard at a later date, the case will be re-advertised. Well, that's neither here nor there. The first case we will consider is CPA 25-000005.
Go ahead. You're up.
Okay. For the record, Ethan Thompson, Planner 1 with Putnam County Planning and Development Services, presenting CPA 25-000005. This is a small-scale future land use map amendment from commercial to urban service. The applicant is Ernestine Green. The agent is Sarah Mayer. Sarah is in the audience. I do not know if Miss Ernestine is. The parcel is a 0.48 acre parcel located at 149 State Road 207, East Palatka, Florida 32131. They are requesting a future land use map amendment to allow for the redevelopment of a single-family residence. The subject site is zoned residential 2 and has a future land use map designation of commercial. The parcel has approximately 24 feet of road frontage on 207. It's currently developed with a dilapidated single-family residence that was greatly damaged by Hurricane Ian. And the applicant is proposing to replace the existing residence with the assistance of the Rebuild Florida project. And the agent, Sarah Meyer, is with Rebuild Florida. The process after approval. Should this map amendment be approved, they will be eligible to obtain all required permits to redevelop the property with a single-family residence that is consistent with both the Florida Building Code and the R2 zoning district. Should the amendment be denied, the property will still need to be rezoned into a zoning district that has conforming uses in the commercial and future land use map category, as R2 does not have any conforming commercial uses currently. Here's the aerial. Got the future land use map, the zoning, flood zone X, and a little bit of A behind it. It's unclear if there are wetlands on the property. All of the maps are a little bit different. There are not any on the survey that they provided. Staff recommends approval of the request to amend the future land use map from commercial to urban service, as the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the Putnam County Comprehensive Plan and is compatible with the existing development in the area.
Thank you, Ethan. Are there any questions of the board or staff?
Are the properties there to the north, that's single-family residence, like occupied single-family residence?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any other questions? Is the applicant or the applicant's agent here? Please come forward.
Good evening, Sarah Meyer with Dewberry, here on behalf of Rebuild Florida and the applicant. We're in agreement with staff's analysis and recommendation. Just wanted to come up here and say we appreciate their guidance in getting us through this process, and we're here to answer any questions you might have.
Will this be replaced with a site-built home?
Yes, on slab, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Hearing no questions, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate your being here, and we'll move forward. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak either for or against this application? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing portion of the meeting and bring it back to the board. I will entertain a motion or discussion.
Yeah, I don't see an issue with it. I know that we had a project come through there across the street from it for the metal shop here, where we denied the industrial zoning here a couple months ago, and I feel like this kind of justifies our decision on that one. So, yeah,
Well,
as far as I'm concerned, I can make a motion.
Okay.
If you wanna do it, I'll make a motion that we approve. Which one do we call it? CPA 25-000005 as by staff recommendation, as it is is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of Putnam County Comprehensive Plan.
I have a motion and a second. One thing I will say about this, I think this is the same kind of situation we had last month with another site in a different part of town, where this is a commercial it's being looked at as a commercial corridor because that's where people are coming into the community and some businesses are going out there, especially since we have water and sewer in that direction. So I think this was probably an administrative change to commercial, and but it's a residential area and has been a residential area. There's an enclave there. So I think that's the case here. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. Any further discussion? I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. It's unanimously approved. This will go on to the Board of County Commissioners for their September 23rd meeting, and it'll be a similar hearing just like this. So please plan to be there, and good luck in your future. Okay, we're up to case number REZ 09. Zoning map amendment from commercial to C4. Do I have staff up there? Michael? You may take it away, sir.
One moment, please. Pulling up the.
Oh, yes.
Here we are. All right. Thank you again, Madam Chair. For the record, Michael Graves, Planning and Development Services. This is REZ 25-000009. Jolene West is requesting a zoning map amendment from commercial retail to commercial intensive, C2 to C4, on a 0.82 plus or minus acre property located at 143 Phillips Dairy Road in Palatka to allow the development of heavy equipment repair facility on the already existing repair facility. Surrounding zoning includes light industrial and retail commercial, IL and C2 respectively. The subject site has a future land use designation of commercial, CR, and the parcel has approximately 120 feet of access from Phillips Dairy Road. According to the NWI wetlands layer and the FEMA flood zone layer on the GIS reference map, the lands do not appear to contain wetlands and is located in FEMA flood zone X, which is not a special flood hazard area. The process after approval, should the applicants be approved, the applicant will then be subject to review by the Development Review Committee before obtaining any permits for development or redevelopment on this property compatible with the C4 zoning district. Here you can see an aerial view of the property. Apologies for that, the parcel in question is not highlighted. It is the central one. We're using a new software that doesn't highlight, unfortunately. Here you can see the future land use as it is part of a commercial block. The zoning, you can see the purplish area is the industrial, whereas the rest around it appears to be commercial, aside from across Phillips Dairy Road. Staff recommends approval of the request to amend the zoning map from commercial retail to commercial intensive, C2 to C4, as staff finds that the proposed rezoning is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan and meets the locational requirements of the commercial intensive C4 zoning district provided in the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. Are there any questions?
Questions of staff? It seems odd to me that somebody who's doing all their work inside, which I assume this is, would be a C4. And unlike places we've had before where there's been a lot of outside work. But that may be something we need to look at in the Land Development Code.
The main reason is environmental regulations. The type of work that will be done in a heavy equipment repair facility is different than what is done in a traditional oil and tire change facility that you might see at like Tire Kingdom or the like. The different types of materials that they use requires higher level of environmental regulations, which necessitates the trigger for a higher intensity commercial zoning.
Thank you.
No problem.
Is the applicant or the applicant's agent here? Please come forward. Give us your names and addresses.
Doris Jolene West, 1319 South Palm Avenue, Palatka, Florida, 32177.
Randall Key, P.O. Box 1102, Hollister, Florida.
Okay. And anything you would like to add to what the staff gave us?
No, other than my husband passed about 4.5 years ago, and this is the last thing to liquidate, and I found some awesome people to buy it, and they just need the zoning to complete their, future.
Okay.
So,
You're going to utilize all the existing buildings on site and not build anything new?
Well, there may be future plans, not immediately, but future plans to add on to the building, if it's needed. But I don't have anything in concrete right now. And to ease any questions on your question about doing the work inside, some of the equipment is large and it won't fit in there.
Okay.
So some of the work will be done outside, in the yard.
Okay. All right. Any questions of the applicant or the applicant's agent?
So, Michael, quick question for you. So basically, if we approve this zoning, this was basically an applicant-initiated rezone to get the current property compatible with the current use, because the current use is already set up for what you're doing. You're just trying to make it compatible.
Sure.
Okay, all right. And there's really no reason for them to come back to DRC unless they do want to do some type of expansion. So once the day is over with, it's done.
More or less, yes, sir. I believe they will need to do some environmental review because they will be working with hydraulic equipment, which does have an environmental impact they need to mitigate. However, they don't necessarily need to go through a complete DRC review, so much as just make sure that everything is up to modern regulations.
Okay. Anything you would like to add?
I just say thank you.
Okay.
thank you.
I hope you're welcome. Okay, I'll bring it back to board and close the, is there anybody else in the audience who would like to speak for or against this application? Okay. Is Phillips Dairy Road a city road, a county road, or a private road?
It's a county road, ma'am.
It's a county road, okay. Thank you. We'll bring it back to the board for discussion and/or motion.
I think it's a no-brainer on this one. I'm happy to see local guys, small-town business guys, being able to move into a position and step up and make their business better than it was. We got a lot of these guys, mobile mechanics, working out of their house, and to see one take the initiative and step up and be in a qualified facility says a lot for the direction Putnam County is growing. So,
Yes.
yeah.
It is commercial right now, correct?
Yes. C2. It's a lower intensity of commercial, because there are 4 grades.
And so C2 to one side and industrial to the other, and C4 is right in the middle, it seems like. I mean, that's right. This is the same discussion we had with the metal shop over there, trying to step to that industrial level, and this is like a prime property for doing what they're doing, asking for that C4.
It's in a little enclave of repair and things like no residential traffic down there, so it sounds good. Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept
Nine.
REZ 25-000009 as it is consistent with goals and objectives of, what are we on, Putnam County Comprehensive Plan. No, or is this the
Comp plan and the land development
and the land
code.
development code on this one?
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Thank you very much. We appreciate your coming. Your next step is to stay in contact with staff and be ready for the Board of County Commission meeting on September 23rd. And that's when they will hear this application. So good luck, and thank you very much for bringing this forward and for taking the initiative. All right, we're going to move on to PUD 25-000001. And I believe, Michael, you're still up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair, again. For the record, one more time, Michael Graves, Planning and Development Services. This is, as mentioned, PUD 25-000001 for the David J. Minor II and Natalie Living Trust. The rezone is from agriculture to planned unit development, again for the David J. Minor II and Natalie Living Trust, on approximately 9.37 acres located at 689 North Highway 17 in Palatka, Florida. The applicant is requesting the zoning map amendment to establish a family compound for up to 9 residential units. The applicant is seeking approval for the purpose of establishing a family compound, as previously mentioned. The parcel is currently designated agriculture on the future land use map. The subject has approximately 70 feet of paved road frontage along US Highway 17 And according to the Putnam County GIS reference map, there are some wetlands located along the western border of their property. Even less is depicted on their delineation supplied to this application. And the FEMA flood zone layer is depicting only FEMA flood zone X throughout this property, not a special flood hazard area. The applicant's desire is to create this family compound to stay in the family trust, as opposed to separating the parcel into 9 approximately 1 acre lots with the type 3 family subdivision in order to establish a continual compound for their family generations to come. Should this PUD be approved, the applicant will then submit to Development Review Committee a second time. They have already gone through DRC for a preliminary review to satisfy additional development requirements as well as finalize their site plan. The DRC will review plans to ensure the development is compatible with local, state, and federal development regulations as well as the development agreement after it is approved. After DRC, the applicant may then apply for permits to develop the property in accordance with their development agreement and the approved site plans by DRC. Here you can see the aerial. This is the same map from previous, so that's why the lines are still there. My apologies. The future land use, the zoning, the FEMA flood zone, and the wetlands. Again, these wetlands are not actually reflective of the actual wetlands. Staff recommends approval of the request to amend the zoning map from agriculture to plan unit development with the staff amended development agreement, as the request is consistent with the requirements for PUD zoning, consistent with the future land use designation, and consistent with other comprehensive goals, objectives, and policies. Are there any questions?
Since it was zoned agriculture, when was the last time there was agriculture engagement on the property?
Mr. Minor claims that he has an active pecan farm going on there with an agriculture tax exemption.
So, Michael, I do have a question regarding the proposed development agreement. Under section 4.5 and section 4.6, it's sewage disposal and potable water. It talks about how if county water and sewer ever get within 1,000 feet of the property, that they'll be required to connect to such for any future development. And I know that if I remember correctly, this thing is kind of phased. He plans to do so many units within the next couple of years and maybe a few units later. So let's say 10 years from now, he still wants to build 2 units and county water and sewer, or water and sewer are there. Does he still have to go forward and provide sewer to that 1 or 2 potential future developments? It just seems like it's a lot of potential cost for them if they only have to build 1 or 2 houses.
The reason for that is to comply with regulations that were handed down by the state when it comes to the water and sewer. Currently, the septic to sewer system in East Palatka requires that any new development within 1,000 feet, be it single-family residential or commercial, connects to sewer and water if it is within 1,000 feet, based off of road frontage. This is to comply with the regulations that were handed down by the Department of Environmental Health, and so we incorporated this into the PUD in order to establish consistency with higher agencies.
And it's kind of on the distant drawing board that northern US 17 corridor is going to grow, and we hope that the county will be able to grow with it and bring utilities that far, realizing that it's on the other side of Rice Creek, so they'll have to look at that. But that's why that's there.
Correct. There's also concerns that if we don't have that language in there, then 50 years from now, when all homes are built, septic system fails and there's sewer right there, he wouldn't need to, he would not be allowed to connect to the system, even if it provides a superior product.
Okay. Any other questions?
Is the density requirement for the PUD going to be the same as the existing?
So the density requirement is always determined by the future land use policy. For the agriculture future land use, that would normally be 1 unit per 10 acres of land. However, because this is a family compound in a perpetual family trust, they are activating the family density exception as outlined in Comprehensive Plan Policy A.1.9.4, point B, point 3. which does allow for a maximum density of 1 unit per acre in the agriculture future land use and agriculture zoning district. They are utilizing that with the current agriculture zoning district to justify the 9 units on their roughly 10 acres of land.
If there were a decision to put more than one residence per acre, what would the process be?
They would have to amend their development agreement. That would be considered a major amendment, which would trigger a new review by the DRC, as well as another meeting with the Planning Commission and Board of County Commissioners.
Now, this is only going to require one meeting with the BOCC?
Correct, because they are technically less than 10 acres in
Less than 10
size.
acres, so. And that's September 23rd?
It normally would be,
Oh, we're moving
however-
that one up, that's right.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may,
Yes, sir.
I do believe that the applicant revised his application and now he's exceeding the 10-acre threshold.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure, yeah. So that would require 2 of the BOCC meetings.
Okay.
The first would be at August 26th, but the
Okay.
second meeting will be determined by the board at that
Okay.
August 26th meeting.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
What is the total acreage now?
He's like 10.14, if memory serves correct.
Okay.
Oh, it just says 9.37 on the
Yeah,
application.
That was the original
Mhm.
parcel, but to get road frontage, it appears that there was a lot line or
Yeah.
shift.
half an
Sorry,
acre.
I'm not sure this is on, but.
Okay.
Staff, this is a question for staff. We have an exhibit here labeled Exhibit G Site Plan. While it gives some indication of scale, reading through the proposal or the proposed PUD language, it speaks to certain setbacks, but I have a few questions about how, is there any site plan that shows the required setbacks from both the existing man-made drainage ditch, the existing man-made pond? Because, and then also taking into account that it says single-family home range 1,200 square feet to 3,600 square feet, but it's showing 1,980 square foot homes.
To answer that question, no, there is not a different site plan with more detail, as it was not required for a preliminary DRC review. Such a site plan will be a requirement for the final DRC review, which occurs after the BOCC approval.
So at this point, we're not even sure that it's going to fit this layout as shown.
It should be roughly similar to that layout. However, they do have the capability to make minor changes, such as if they wish to rotate the buildings or if they wish to more or less 50 feet in any direction is kind of the rule of thumb that we say with DRC preliminary review. Because it is not a finalized plan, it is not this is how they are going to absolutely do everything down to the fine detail. DRC preliminary review is to get permission to actually do something. A final review is to do this specific thing.
Okay. Is there a precedent for this?
Precedent for what, sir?
Basically, so when I peel back the onion, so to speak, on this proposal, basically, I'm running into staff analysis comments like the proposed development is not consistent with land development code. There's several of those comments in here. So again, why did it go with the multifamily? I'm trying to, I've got so many.
Type 2 subdivision.
Type 2 or Type 3 subdivision. Why was that route not?
So type 2 they would not qualify for, as that is a large lot subdivision meant to create 10-acre parcels. They do not have the land to do that.
Right.
The type 3 family subdivision, which would allow for 10 one-acre parcels with 10 agriculture property, was an offered solution to this problem 6-7 months ago to Mr. Minor. They did not wish to do that because they wished to retain all the properties in the family trust, which was not legally allowed to happen with a Type 3 family subdivision, as the properties must be given to, or sold to immediate family members and cannot remain under same ownership. Then the option of residential 3, residential 4 were also thought of at one point before any of this happened. The issue with those is both of those require community scale water and sewer or sewer to be present, which are not present at these at this location at this time. Because of the Type 3 family subdivision, it was actually recommended by the Board of County Commissioners to attempt a planned unit development to use a similar, essentially, scale and intensity of what is in the code for something that they considered to be quote-unquote unique.
So that leads me to my question, what's unique about this? Other than the fact, just on appearance, it doesn't seem to, it preempts infrastructure, roadways, frontages. That's the unique part when I read this.
So staff had that same concern when we wrote our report. In a sense, it could be made that this isn't unique in certain degrees, as it is ultimately very similar to the Type 3 family subdivision without creating an internal easement to access the separate properties. However, the existence of the active pecan farm does technically make this a mixed-use zoning, because it is an active agriculture as well as an active residential zoning district. Any form of mixed use is by nature a unique development to Putnam County, as we do not have any mixed use zoning districts other than planned unit development.
So, and I'm going to get to my point here real quick. Some of the assurances that are provided here are just references to a trust. This board, the county commission, has zero control over a private trust, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Then the next part of this is to make it unique, is to go back to your point, the ag, which the applicant is trying to retain greenbelt.
Mhm.
This board and the commission have zero to do with greenbelt, correct?
That is correct.
You can also be green belted based on the use and not necessarily the zoning, correct?
That is correct.
Again, this PUD seems to really set the land development code upside down a little bit, in my opinion. Basically, we'll have 11 parcels with no street frontage.
One parcel, sir. It's not allowed to be divided.
It's an unrecorded, so it's unrecorded.
Not a subdivision, sir.
Okay. So so theoretically, 53 years from now, somebody needs to get a mortgage, a loan, a construction loan.
They will not be allowed to divide that property in perpetuity. It would be illegal to do so. They would be denied the same that any other split by deed would be denied, which would mean no new building permits, no new any kind of permit, frankly, other than a permit to recombine these properties.
But it could be leased.
Nope. Our development agreement specifically says that these properties cannot be leased, sold independently, or any other terms of rental under any circumstances, even if the trust does say that they could.
All right.
The development agreement supersedes the trust.
The development agreement makes the rules for the land. The trust can say whatever they want, but the trust is not a legally binding contract for the land. The development agreement is the legally binding contract for the land.
And it's my understanding with the greenbelt stuff that they exempt out an acre per resident. So as that gets developed with more and more residents, they're gonna chop out an acre with each house that goes. So if they're doing in the first phase, they're building 4 houses out there, 4 acres of that 10 will be exempt from the greenbelt. It won't be allowed to be exempted with the greenbelt exemption. That's the way I understand that.
From what staff understands, that is the case. They don't necessarily need to be greenbelt to be an active agriculture development, however. The greenbelt is a benefit to agriculture developments, but it is not hand in hand with agriculture. If they still maintain the pecan farm, then they're still an active agriculture, even if they're paying every cent of that land's value.
So again, based on our comprehensive plan, what benefits does this bring? I think there's 3 references in here that where staff could not make it fit.
Staff, well, as mentioned, staff could not find a way to say that this is unique compared to the type 3 family subdivision. By all means, it is very much the same as the type 3 family subdivision. However, because of the way that the code is written, a type 3 family subdivision cannot be done with a family trust, and a type 3 family subdivision requires the properties to be divided off. The intent is to keep the properties under a single parcel ID number, under single ownership in perpetuity, to keep that family together, to keep that family housed on a single lot. There is no other development in Putnam County that is similar. There is no other zoning district that would apply here that could allow them to do what they're wanting to do. As such, it is by definition unique in the regards that there is nothing else like it.
But it's unique, but it is not in violation.
It is not in violation. Our land development code does allow for plan unit developments to have multifamily residential units on large lots or even small lots. Our planned unit development zoning regulations do allow for combining agriculture with residential. It allows for combining agriculture and residential and commercial and industrial on the same property. Planned unit developments are a zoning district that the applicant is allowed to create most of the rules as long as they do not violate state or federal regulations, and the county has the ability to say additional rules to comply them with our comprehensive plan and land development code.
Just one more quick question, and I promise I'll leave it alone. I also read in here about all the easements that are provided for access and stuff. It appeared to me that at least one of the easements referenced is off property. It's to the north. So I'm not sure that should be here. But also the bigger one is there are monitoring wells on this property. How has that been? If there's monitoring wells, I didn't have time to pull up the FDEP website and look for contaminant. Could have done that, I just didn't have time. But has that been considered in this, or the easements? Because if there's monitoring wells, there's easements to monitor them.
Correct. The development agreement explicitly says that the monitoring wells shall not be tampered with, and the access easements to said monitoring wells will remain accessible for any agency that needs to use the monitoring wells.
As a follow-up to that, what are the setbacks from the monitoring wells to septic fields?
To my recollection, the setbacks for any internal structures shall remain 20 feet. So from, hang on, I know, as for from the wells to the septic, that is determined, of course, by the State Department of Environmental Health, where most wells have to be a minimum distance of 75 feet from any septic system. I cannot, of course, speak for the Department of Environmental Health's regulations for monitoring wells if they are more restrictive than other regulations for other wells. However, they will have to comply with all state-level Florida Department of Environmental Health regulations.
Will the Florida Department of Environmental Health be a part of the DRC?
They always are.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little depth in this. I mean, we're
Yeah.
talking about a 10-acre piece under a single parcel in a ag
Strictly-
zoning that doesn't seem to be affecting that many people. I mean, as long as we're keeping the density under, keeping the houses on an acre or better, who are we bothering?
Yep.
And as long as there's a mechanism in place that if they try to chop it up later, even after there's homes built in there, that they have to adhere to the subdivision rules, I don't see why I don't see why this isn't a good thing for the area out there. I mean, if it truly is a family compound, I'm all for it. Like, I'm all for people doing what they want to on their own property, as long as not interfering with everybody else around them. So, yeah, I think we beat on this one.
Anybody else have a question of staff?
I do have a few more questions. Michael, this may be for you or the applicant. The septic system, are you planning on doing one large-scale septic system or individual ones?
You want to do both?
We're gonna do one septic system per house.
Yeah, individual septic systems for each dwelling.
Okay, all right. Michael, back to the development agreement. Is this kind of unique, or is this language that you guys would throw into all things like this? Under the construction part, I think it was section 3, it talked about how the existing residence is a barndominium. Is it sided with metal, the existing? But yet it says, moving forward, none of the other residents shall be sided with metal. Is that special language just for this, or is that part of something bigger?
That would be special language just for this. Staff does not create a development agreement. Staff has the right to amend development agreements as they are submitted to us. However, initial development agreements, as you see there are 2 in your packet, are always created by the applicant, and the applicant has the right to define what is currently there or explain future development restrictions and regulations. Staff is allowed to make amendments, such as the definition section where we define a barndominium in reference to this specific development, and how we also assisted with defining that as opposed to just leaving it at barndominium with this. And barndominium, of course, does not have a legal definition in the Land Development Code. Staff found it pertinent to actually define that. Strictly speaking, they have the right to say that one will have the metal siding, the rest will not. They're right.
So the development agreement within this package was submitted by the applicant?
Correct.
I don't see a red line version from you guys.
The staff amended development agreement, the second version should be there. It should be submission, attachment 2, I believe, or attachment 3. It's not a red line version, it is simply a cleaned up version, because the red line version ended up being 20 pages long. And it was decided that it would be too cumbersome to actually read. Many misspellings were available, as you can see in the original.
So what we have is the staff amended.
You should have 2 copies. One is the original and one is the staff amended.
Yeah, and we do. It's just not red line. I saw on a later case, there's one that's red line, so that's why I questioned it.
Yeah.
My apologies. If you would like them all redlined in the future, I shall make a note of that moving forward.
It would be nice to see what you guys are changing relative to what they are submitting.
Then I shall make sure that happens on all cases after tonight.
Any other questions of staff? Moving along, I'd like to bring the applicant and the applicant's agent up, or both. Mr. Minor, thank you for your forbearance.
All right, David Minor, 116 Sheffey Road. As far as if you want to see a picture of the whole setup already done, I have that with me. If you want me to pull it out and show it to y'all as a board, yes, no, maybe?
You want to see it? I don't think we need to.
Okay, just do
Because
verify.
that's DRC's business.
Okay, well, I just, it was asked about it, so that's why I wanted.
Thank you.
So one of the things that with doing this PUD and having the property in the trust and all that, and I've said this before in front of the county commissioners and stuff like that, there is a Florida statute that you can lease your property to your children for 98 years and allow them to file homestead exemption. That's where I got the ideal from, and it's been there for however long. And then the purpose of it, and just be frank with you, think of the mistakes we've all made at 20 years old. I don't want my children to make the same mistakes. They get married, they get a divorce. It's not their house. It belongs to the trust. At this point, my wife and I, as my children say, I'm big dog, okay? Once my wife and I are gone, there's 5 kids. They will be on the trust. They already are on the trust. But they will be able to make command decisions at that, what they want to do. So the whole purpose of them doing this together, and the houses are mainly around the pond. The rest of it with the pecan trees, there's also apple trees and pear trees that we've done. that's what our purpose is, okay? And to hopefully they grow old together and help each other and be there for each other. I know that doesn't happen anymore, but hopefully we may change. Like you said, this is not the typical, but guess what? I'd like to see us change that and more families do that to help their family out and to be part of each other and always there for each other. So that's my purpose of this whole project.
Well, I guess you're unique in Putnam County because not that many people have 4 kids out of one at a time.
Well, I mean, don't take me wrong.
Quadruplets.
Major, my redhead, he doesn't want to be Carl doesn't want to be next to him, so he wants his house over here, you know. And,
Yeah.
I mean, there is that. And the fact is, we actually took the plans and showed them the design of the plans. Do you know I made each one of my children sign the plans? So we're done. If you don't like it, tough. You signed it. So, and it's funny and it's stuff how I'm doing it. I mean, I'm looking at it from all perspectives. I'm looking at it from being 62, but I'm looking at it from when I was 20, and I'm trying to make it work. Am I forgetting something? Am I missing something? Probably. I'll let you know later what it is. It's something that's missing. As far as the property goes, it's 1.4 acres per house, and the reason why that is because the septic tanks system, the new one, if it's over 1 acre, then you don't have to worry about that new system. If it's under 1 acre or 1 acre and under, you have to pay, it's like 25,000 versus 10. Well, that's self-explanatory why I did it that way. So, and a lot of that stuff that's there, the pond, when it's man-made, we didn't dig it. It was done in 1940. Okay, my wife traced it back to then. As far as the north easement that was put in by Wilkinson way back then, we have a 66-foot easement that we go all the way to 17. Now, we're not using it if we have to. If something happens, we have to use it, that's fine. But Mr. Wilkinson doesn't want us to use it. So don't tell anybody. We're trying to be good neighbors. It's our secret, okay? If we have to use it, then that's another story. But as it is, we can all use the same gate at the front. It's a ghost remote control gate. So that's,
Okay.
any questions?
Questions of Mr. Minor?
I don't think so. I think it's great what you're doing out there.
Thank you.
This board kind of has to be on the defense sometimes to make sure that people aren't trying to skirt the subdivision requirements and stuff like that, but we all know you. You're from here. You're above board.
Yes, sir.
We're glad to see it.
You've been working on this a long time.
I've talked to zoning, planning, I've talked to different people and got different advice, and be honest with you, at one point I could scream because everybody had their opinion, and so this is what I come up with. Yes, it's not typical, but guess what? Hopefully it will be for more people, because there's people out on West Road that owns, 60, 70 acres, and they want to, instead of giving their grandson an acre, they can lease it to him, and that way he can file a homestead exemption, but it also protects himself against the worst one, which is himself, or my kids themselves. So, and the one siding, Rebecca, my little girl, she don't want the metal siding. So guess what? We had to put a specific thing in there. We're not going to use metal siding on hers, So, and the square footage of the house, okay, I'm going to build you a house, okay? Once we're done, and if you have more children, then you'll have to add on to it. It's on you, buddy. It's, so at least it gives them a home. That's all I'm doing is provide them a home. I don't want them to have to work or go through as many steps in life as I did, so I want them to have a home. After that, they're on their own.
The big dog has spoken.
Yes,
Thank you so much, Mr. Minor.
you're welcome.
And I must add, this is a project we tabled 2 months ago for some technical reasons, and they had to take it back to DRC. So we do appreciate your forbearance with this process. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak either for or against this particular plan? Please come up and give us your name and your address. And when you're done, fill out a yellow card. Okay.
I'm Kevin Brenham. I live at 174 Kelly Smith School Road. I happen to be from a family that owns quite a bit of land. Thank you, Mr. Minor. I can't believe this. And I think this county needs to be a little more helpful for people like us that are trying to do exactly that with our families. I know it's not common now, but when I was raised, it is. Families lived close together. They helped one another. And this county has made it so hard to do anything. And I know from experience, because I went in there to give my daughter 5 acres of land. And because I needed to give her 7, I had to start the damn process over. So, and do a survey, the whole thing. I already had a survey, but I had to do it again. It's ridiculous, ridiculous. And this county needs to start making it better for the families. You're not going to have your infrastructure. You're not going to have people wanting to develop here because they can't do it. If they've got more than 2 kids, they're screwed. And separate land one time.
That's a state law.
Any one of you got kids that you want all deserve a house at the same time?
That's a state law. Unfortunately, we can't control that one. But
Yes, we can. We citizens can tell the state to stop. We don't have to eat all this like y'all are doing.
well, we made a point when we revised the comp plan that we were going to put it in possible language, not impossible language. So everything is permissive in the comp plan, rather than saying you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't do this. We're saying all the things you can do.
So in my case, I go and I show up. They take a piece of paper, I fill it out, they'll be in touch with you. 2 weeks later, you get, you gotta go back in there and you gotta pay a fee. And then 2 weeks later, you're gonna get a stack of paper about this damn thick, and you gotta read it and fill it all out to carry it back so that y'all can do this. And like I said, I started out wanting to give her 3 acres, but then I decided I was gonna give her 5. I couldn't do it because I had to start the process all over again from scratch because I was raising it from 3 to 5. I'm the same owner. It's the same property. Ain't nothing changed.
Yes, ma'am. We appreciate your sharing that with us, and I think that's good advice for staff to work with the public as much as we can. But our hands are tied in some respects too, but please ask
But
questions.
in regard to Mr. Minor's cake, you are supportive of his efforts?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Absolutely. I hope everybody in this county that has large tracts do it.
Thank you very much for coming forward. We appreciate your passion. Is there anyone else who would like to speak either for or against this particular case? Hearing none, I'll bring it back to the board for discussion and vote.
I'll have to say, I've been on both sides of the counter with that lot split stuff, and I share some of her sentiment. Surprisingly, it's easier now than it was 10 years ago. I feel like we've got staff on duty now that is really helping the public. Now, having to do paperwork, it doesn't feel like they're helping sometimes, but they generally find an avenue for compliance for what everybody's trying to do. It's government. It takes longer. So, but we appreciate the input.
Microphone on.
Mr. Minor, I wish you well. The thing to keep in mind is it's normally not the children that have a tough time getting along and staying together. Be careful of their spouses.
He's gonna own all the houses. That's why he don't care about no spouse.
Sometimes they're in-laws and sometimes they're outlaws. Okay. I will entertain a motion.
Want me to do this one too?
Sure.
Anybody else want a shot at it?
I move and recommend the Board of County Commissioners approve PUD 25-00001.
Second.
Thank you. We have a proper motion and a second on the table. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? Again, Mr. Minor, thank you.
Thank you.
And hopefully you're a trailblazer.
Yeah, good luck with that.
We next come to PUD 25-000002. And Michael, you're up for this one too.
Yes, Ms. Chairman. I, once again, for the record, Michael Graves, Planning and Development Services. This is PUD 25-000002 for William W. Jones and William W. Jones II. This is a rezone from a residential 2 R2 zone property to a planned unit development on an approximately 1.83 plus or minus acre section of intersection of South Highway 17 and Hoot Owl Road. The applicant is requesting a zoning map amendment for the purpose of establishing a neighborhood scale commercial zoning in the future land use in the rural residential future land use category. The applicant is seeking approval for, as mentioned before, commercial in rural residential, which is not allowed to be directly commercial in compliance with Putnam County Comprehensive Plan point C. Currently, the property is zoned residential 2 on the adopted future land use map, on the adopted zoning map, rather. The subject has approximately 200 feet of paved frontage along Hoot Owl Road, and according to the Putnam County GIS reference map, there are conflicting amount of wetlands as depicted on the GIS map, the NWI wetlands layer, the 2024 GIS map, and the ArcPro GIS map. A wetlands delineation will be required of them at the time of final development review. The FEMA flood zone layer for this property indicates FEMA flood zone X, which is not a special flood hazard area. The applicant's desire is to establish commercial development as well as minor amounts of community utilities, such as a potential communication tower. Should the PUD be approved, then the applicant will then submit to the Development Review Committee a second time for their final development review. They have gone through preliminary, where they were approved to move forward to the Planning Commission. This will be to satisfy additional development requirements as outlined in state, federal, local, and development agreement regulations. The DRC will then also, sorry, I already said that. After the DRC, the applicant may then apply for permits to develop the property in accordance with their development agreement and any regulations placed by the DRC. Here you can see an aerial. Again, it's the same software as mentioned before that doesn't show the outlines, but it is that central one that's right on the intersection there. Here you can see the future land use. The zoning, you can see that it's residential 2, surrounded by mostly residential and agriculture. You can see the FEMA flood zone, how it kind of curves away from this property with that blue area, which is FEMA flood zone A. Oop. Went a bit too far there. The wetlands, as you can see on this version of the map, there doesn't appear to be any. However, on other maps, there have ranged from partial coverage to complete coverage, indicating the need for a wetlands delineation. Staff recommends approval of the request to amend the zoning map from residential 2 to a planned unit development with the staff amended development agreement, as the request is consistent with the requirements for PUD zoning, consistent with the future land use designation, and consistent with the other comprehensive plan goals, objectives, and policies. Any questions?
Any idea why there weren't any considerations made for a commercial future land use there along the Highway 17 corridor?
Staff could not support a commercial future land use map amendment, mainly because the commercial future land use map requires an intersection of 2 collector or greater roads. And while US Highway 17 is, of course, a major arterial road, Hoot Owl is a local road, not a major collector.
Fair enough. There's a lot of traffic on Hoot Owl.
Mm-hmm.
Might need to rename
Michael, I do have a few questions. Under one of these documents, it shows that FDOT's going to take up 5 lots in the future for a stormwater pond.
Mm-hmm. Those are, if you turn your attention to the map here, the ones on the south western side there, those lots are currently owned by the Florida Department of Transportation for the use to turn into a stormwater pond.
Okay, so we know no residents are going to be there.
Correct.
Okay, all right. Digging deeper, just out of curiosity, once again in the development agreement, or the proposed development agreement, it talks about architectural standards, kind of going, says vertical improvements shall be consistent with the rural residential character and architectural aesthetics of the developed Hoot Owl neighborhood south of the site, using a country/general store as a residential style architecture. Very subjective. but this is language that they submitted to us.
That is correct.
Okay. I like the site plan. I like the comments that we got from DRC. Looks very nice.
Thank you.
I'm a little concerned about the wetlands there. I know DOT is going to do a stormwater pond or retention pond there, but Dunn's Creek does flood.
It does. As a resident of a not too far away area from this property, I can say that Dunn's Creek does flood somewhat regularly, and there are plenty of wetlands in the area. As mentioned before, they do need to submit a wetlands delineation to staff at time of final DRC review or before obtaining any building permits. This will determine if there are any wetlands in the air on this property that they need to either mitigate or avoid.
Okay. Thank you. Is the owner present? Would you like to speak if you are? Mr. Kennedy is here. No, he's the owner's agent.
The owner's not here. I'm here to speak for them, but obviously we concur with staff's recommendations. Patrick Kennedy, home address is 126 Fiegel Avenue, Pomona Park. Again, we concur with staff's recommendation, obviously, and we're fine with the proposed amendments to the development agreement. So just here to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions of Mr. Kennedy? Stick around, we may have some later. All righty. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak either for or against this particular application? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing portion of the meeting and bring this back to the board for discussion and/or motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve PUD 25-0002 as it is consistent with the goals, objectives of the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan of Putnam County.
Second, okay, got it. Any further discussion?
They might not call Hudal a major or minor arterial collector or whatever, but there's enough traffic on it that they could probably redesignate.
It will probably grow and become that before.
Get wider if it needed to.
It is a little bit busy at times. All right, I have a proper motion and a second on the table. Is there no further discussion? I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Any opposed? Thank you very much. And we can move on. I think let's take about a 10-minute break. We'll come back refreshed and get into the next case. I know you've been sitting a long time and those chairs get a little hard after a while. Call this meeting back to order. It's 5:16 p.m. Again, let me reiterate, I appreciate your forbearance staying through the first 4 cases, and I would appreciate your patience and your professionalism and your being a gentleman and a lady and all of those things this afternoon. And we're going to get through this, and we'll be here as long as we need to be, except Mr. Maluta. He may have to leave. He warned me. This is application CPA 25-00003. We're going to start with the future land use change. It's a large-scale map amendment from agriculture to urban reserve. We will not be dealing with anything with the zoning at this time. We're only doing the land use. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Baker, and we will proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Zachary Baker, Planning and Development Services. Although we are starting with the future land use map application first, I did want to draw attention to the Planning Commission members. When you arrived at your seat this afternoon, there was a packet of paper. On the top was a comprehensive plan and future land use map amendment application update. That packet is a series of different paperworks that were provided after the agenda was submitted. So there's some modifications of the application in here. There's some opposition and support letters. And there's also some deeds which transferred ownership from Mosler Industries to WA207 LLC. So we now have all of the 12 parcels subject to both of these applications are under the common ownership of WA207 LLC. Moving in, this is the future land use map amendment application. We have here a large-scale amendment application being proposed from agriculture to urban reserve. The initial application was to urban service. There was some dialogue between staff and the agent recommending that the applicants go for a lesser intense future land use map than urban service, as urban service wasn't quite consistent with the area that they were making application for. And to give a little more detail briefly, the future land use map is essentially a roadmap that the county looks at to predict the types of development that are anticipated in any given area of the county within the next 25 years. So in this case, what we're proposing here is that rather than it be agricultural development for the next 25 years, we try to transition into some more urban development there adjacent to our airport and business park. With that, I will continue my presentation. So the applicant is WA207 LLC. The agent is Mr. Kennedy from the Douglas Law Firm. I won't bore everyone in the audience by reading all of the parcels. There are 12 parcel numbers. We will show maps throughout this presentation that will give a good idea of the vicinity of where this project is taking place. And this is a future land use map amendment for the development of a motorplex with uses associated with driver training, enthusiast storage and driving, commercial and industrial uses, and ancillary residential uses. This property has over 1.5 miles of road frontage along County Road 309C and State Road 100 or Reed Street. It is currently being used for silviculture. Some of the properties are registered as bona fide farms with the Putnam County Property Appraiser, others are not. There are no permanent improvements on the land subject to this application. Upon submittal of the companion applications, the PUD documents were routed to the DRC via email and comments were requested from the DRC. Staff compiled those comments and returned them to the applicant. The applicant subsequently revised their PUD development agreement in effort to address some of these comments. We'll hear a little bit more about that later on. The property is adjacent to the City of Palatka municipal boundary. Uses adjacent to the property include the K. Larkin Airport, the St. Johns River Water Management District Personnel Facility, the Putnam County Business Park, and some residential and agricultural uses. The proposed development is also in the same vicinity as Georgia Pacific, which is a large industrial use in the county. Municipal water and sanitary sewer from the city of Palatka are within the immediate vicinity of this property. So as I mentioned, the DRC already had an opportunity to review this application, not the map amendment, but the PUD. But in the event that this PUD and map amendment are approved, the applicants will then have to submit through Development Review Committee again for a much more comprehensive review. Due to the magnitude of the proposed development and preliminary site plan, review will be conducted again for issuance of a preliminary development order. Upon issuance of that preliminary development order, the applicant will then be required to submit for a final development plan, whereby more detailed specifications are provided to the county. The project will be subject to the submittal requirements of phased developments. The DRC will review plans to ensure the development is compliant with local, state, and federal development regulations. Agencies, including but not limited to Florida Department of Transportation, Putnam County Public Works, Emergency Services, and St. Johns River Water Management District, will review plans to ensure the development will not adversely affect surrounding properties. Along with other agencies notified of this project, and outside of the status quo for development review, the project will also be routed to departments within the city of Palatka, as they do stand to be affected by the development. Here we can see.
Excuse me, Zach. There's some seats up here in the front. Go ahead.
Here we have an aerial view of the property, and because of the scale of this property, it's very hard to get parcel boundary lines mixed in with the aerial, but we can see the general layout of the land subject to the application. Here we can see the future land use designations.
It includes the parcel to the south?
I'm sorry, sir?
It includes the parcel to the south. There's a secondary parcel there.
That
that's
is
separate
correct.
from this.
Yes, sir. Here we can see the zoning designations. And keep in mind, some of these designations we've never seen before. That's because they are in the city of Palatka. Example being AP1, kind of center of the screen there. Here we have the FEMA flood zone. There is some special flood hazard area on some of the development parcels B. And a depiction of the jurisdictional wetlands. Again, a wetland mitigation or delineation will be required at DRC. And then I know it's hard, to see the detail, especially in the 8.5 by 11 that was given to you in your original packet. But this is the most recent conceptual site plan that we have on record for the application. I do want to take a moment here just to highlight. There's a funky shape with a lot of curves that's kind of around the airport. That would be an education and residential restriction zone. Education is, the definition of education is pursuant to Florida statutes, which would be primary school, K through 12. It would not include, a driver education facility. And then, as promised, here is a map from the city of Palatka that shows the municipal water and sewer infrastructure in place. The closest infrastructure would be a lift station and 4-inch force main and an 8-inch water meter along the property that is utilized by the Water Management District. To the south, within the Putnam County or Palatka Business Park, we've got some 12-inch water meters, 8-inch water meters, 8-inch gravity fed for sewer, so much larger infrastructure down on the south side. So staff is recommending approval of the request to amend the future land use map from agriculture to urban reserve, as the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies for siting this type of development in the Putnam County Comprehensive Plan, and is compatible with the existing development in the area. It's worth noting, I'll take an opportunity at this time, When this goes to the Board of County Commissioners on September 23rd, they will not be approving the request of the applicant. What they are going to be deciding upon is if they want to deny the application or if they want to transmit the application for state coordinated review. Because this future land use map amendment exceeds 100 acres, it has to be routed to all of the municipalities and jurisdictions around us and within us, as well as several state agencies, one of them being Florida Commerce, which is the state planning agency. And I can take any questions about the future land use map amendment at this time.
The individual parcels, they were subdivision. Has that subdivision been vacated?
No, ma'am. And in this picture here, you can kind of see the individual parcels up in the top left of the screen. There are a total of 3 subdivisions. There's a total of 6 Merwin's Park subdivisions, but there are 3 that are comprised within the parcels subject to this application. Those subdivisions were recorded with the Putnam County Clerk of Court in 1925. There was no stormwater infrastructure developed. There were no roads or drainage improvements developed. At this time, the county looks at these subdivisions as not vested, which means you can't just come in and obtain a building permit to put a house on one of these pieces of land. And you know, some of them are 0.06 acres. We're talking 1,000, you know, a couple thousand square feet, not very large. But with that, these are considered lots of record. There is case law that would support development of these parcels, but the applicant does own the majority of the lands within that kind of block. I believe there are 8 or 10 out parcels that are not owned by the applicant. They have attempted to acquire them, but I'll let the applicant and or their agent kind of give more explanation as to that.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any questions of staff other than mine? All right. Now, Mr. Kennedy, you're the agent for this case. Are you going to bring your entourage with you for this one, or is that just going to be for the next?
This is, as per the recommendation, I'm just here to speak to the future land use map amendment to urban reserve.
And you are?
I'm Patrick Kennedy with the Douglas Law Firm, and my home address is 126 Fiegel Avenue in Pomona Park. And the only thing I want to add is that we believe the urban reserve is an appropriate future land use for this location, period. And, you know, obviously it suits the proposed development that's going to follow, that's going to follow this particular application. But urban reserve makes sense when it's bookended by airport, Highway 100, and if you look at the city map and the county maps, it's in almost all industrial except for little pieces here and there, but that surround it as far as the zoning goes. So we believe the urban reserve makes sense for the future of this property, especially over the next 25 years. So
any questions of Mr. Kennedy? Any questions? Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Yep.
Do you have a question, John? Okay. All right. We'll now open it for public comment. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak either for or against the change of the land use designation to urban reserve? Okay. You want to speak? Please come forward. State your name and your address.
My name is Ed Reed. I live at 4083 Reed Street, Highway 100. For many years, the Putnam County stewards of the land have done very well without help or influence from outlying towns or other outside folks. Alford, Beck, Walton, Kramer, Smith, Moats, Eubanks, Pellisier, Browning, Campbell, to name a few. Farmers, tree farmers, auto dealerships, cattle producers, blueberry farmers all did well. When they wanted to get out of those enterprises, they sold the property to the highest bidder. The seller has zero control over the disposition of the land at that point. The county governing bodies may or may not approve of development to the owner's choice. We, Putnam County, have the right to determine what we do with this land. I respectfully submit that we have not asked for, nor do we solicit any help from any resident of an overpopulated, crowded town or cities, inside or outside of Florida. Nobody in this room is more affected by this project than my family and me. Our property borders this land. I support our lifetime local resident, and my entire family supports Mr. Lagasse in this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Got one here. Please make sure you fill out a speaker card. You can hand it to me before you get up. Could you hand me your speaker card, please? Thank you.
My name's Justin Collier. I live by Ed, 4109 Reed Street, High 100. So this property butts up to my back corner as well, and I think it's going to get developed at some point of something, and I'm going to be suspected by what's going to be developed here. So I think for my kids' future and everything, I'd rather see something like this being built for them to have something to do. We don't have anything in this county anymore like motorsports, and we used to go out to sand pits and hog wallers and Mondex to do stuff like this, and it's all been shut down, and so I'm in favor for this coming to our town.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Or yes, sir. Please, do you have a speaker card?
I gave it to her when I come in.
Okay. Please give us your name and address.
My name is Denny Branham, 174 Kelly Smith School Road. I'm also a lifetime resident here. I'm not very good at words. And I was raised in this town when it was conceived, hardly nothing. Brick streets. I've seen it grow, and I've seen it go in the right direction, and I've seen it made turns in the wrong direction. But what I feel as a citizen of Putnam County, and it's my right to be represented, that we have too much land grab in this county right here. You have too much outside influences coming in here lining a lot of our, I'm gonna say constituents, and I'm not accusing nobody on the board of nothing, but there's things that goes on under the table that we don't know, and things get rushed through. And I just don't believe that this is the right step or thing to do with this property. Now, I have seen that property flood on 309C all the way across that road, nothing but swamp. And I'm a firm believer in agriculture, and I know that at some point in time, it's going to happen as far as expansion, but we need to think about how fast we're doing this and who all's involved in this and who is going to suffer the most in this, and it's going to be the citizens and the taxpayers of this county. I do not really think the county is going to reap a lot of benefit in revenue in return for this. So think about it long and hard. I oppose.
Thank you, sir. Who's next? Come up, please, sir. And if you filled out a card, when you get up there, tell me your name so I can pull it out.
Good afternoon, Board. My name's Carl Dennard. My wife and I, Donna, reside at 124 Peavine Court, about a mile away from where this development is. My concern from this standpoint, what we're talking about right now, is urban sprawl. One of the things that I believe our comp plan addresses is the fact that urban sprawl, we want to avoid that. Changing, while you look at the what the staff has said here, it meets certain points within the development code to change the zoning over to the urban reserve. I still feel that it does not meet quite all those. I think we've glossed over some facts that the comp plan says that there's an overabundance of this type of land development codes within the county. They encourage infill within the existing areas of that, and that just doesn't really see what happens here. To me, you're opening. This is the definition of urban sprawl. This is what we try to avoid within our comp plan. You're opening up an area that to the west of this is all agricultural related land under the ownership of Weyerhaeuser International. They own in excess of 1,000 acres. By changing this to the urban reserve, it now abuts additional ag zoning that's going to meet those same requirements that you're saying that this one does. Therefore, you're looking at urban sprawl. And that's where I think we've not gotten past what the comp plan has dictated and suggests within that plan. So therefore, I oppose it based on that issue.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak? Come up, please, and give us your name and address. Do you have a card? Have you filled?
She took it earlier.
Okay.
Name's Tim Williams, 101 Twin Lake Grove Court, Interlochen, Florida. I'm in favor for it. I'm not one for massive developments in Florida. I don't like it. He was talking about urban sprawl. You actually have that happening out here on 207. And somebody else mentioned the name Alfred. He sold property to the developer to build tract home developments out in the middle of farmland. So it's not much difference. This is going to be more of a, if I understand right, it's going to be more commercial. And one thing in Putnam County, I ran for commissioner last year. One thing I kept hearing is everybody's complaining about the property taxes. Well, they're raising property taxes because they don't have any tax base here. Your tax base is coming from commercial property. So it'd be nice to have a little bit more commercial coming in here to generate a better tax base so we can have better services. So I think it'll be a beneficial thing. When you're coming into Putnam County, you see the sign says, "Welcome to Putnam County, outdoor friendly." This is an outdoor friendly activity. You have the bass tournaments here. You have hog waller here. You know, this is going to be a motorsports complex. It's not going to be, you know, Daytona track coming in. It's a small track. I've been to them before. I own a repair shop. I do drive cars on tracks and have fun. It will bring some revenue into this county to help our tax base. So I understand some of the people's need, you know, they live close by it and say the noise, but you're right by an airport. You're by some commercial properties and stuff that's making noise already. It's not going to be, you know, the top fuel cards you see at Gainesville that you can hear 2 miles away. This is a different thing, and a lot of it's more streetcar type stuff. It's not going to be, my understanding, it's not going to be a major racetrack, like I said, like Daytona. You're going to have all this stuff coming in, but you know, there's a lot of people that have spent money that are going to come in, use our hotels, use our restaurants, you know, use our stuff. So it'll benefit Putnam County on a financial side, I think. So for that fact, I think we should allow it to be amended for the urban use.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Both. Okay, remember, we're speaking only to the land use change. This is not to the zoning. Yes, ma'am.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka, Florida. And I think changing the land, I know the flume has to come first before the zoning change. Quick question. If I speak here on the flume, will I also be able to speak on the zoning?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Well, as long as you don't say the same thing.
Well, I'll pick and choose. But I think this is a little bit premature until you get more information, the information on from the water management and from other areas before this goes through with the land change. Once you do the flume change, then you've got the underlying part changed, and that is the argument to change the zoning. And that's all I'll say right this moment. I'll save the rest of it for zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I would like to take a point of opportunity to tell you When people were filling out the cards, I told them if they wanted to speak on both, to put both. So that's probably why you don't have all of the cards.
That's okay. Yes, ma'am.
Sir,
Name and address.
Kevin Branham, 174 Kelly Smith School Road, Palatka, Florida, 32177. At some point, you cannot make Palatka, Gainesville, Jacksonville, Fleming Island, Green Cove. I'm from a farming family, and we've got to have farms. We've got to have trees. We've got to have livestock, period, the end. Somebody has to stand up and say, enough is enough is enough. You cannot, if you need this kind of stuff, drive to it. It's all I can tell you. There's been a racetrack in Satsuma that's opened and closed about 29 times over the last 60 years, because I've been here that long. So I think that we need to go back and leave us the way we were. Leave us the way we were. Something is not right with the tax base, obviously. It can't be. But we got to address that. We have enough business in this town. We can't all be big dogs. We just can't. Somewhere along the line, somebody's going to have to, there's going to be little counties. There just is. Drive to wherever you need. I'm opposed to it.
Thank you. Anyone else who would like to speak on the land use? Come on up.
James McDaniel, 135 East Corbina Way, Florhome, Florida. I'm opposed to the future land use designation change for 3 reasons. The first reason being that the Putnam County Comprehensive Plan addresses urban sprawl, and a mixed-use development that is focused on a racetrack does not reduce urban sprawl, it will accelerate it. Mixed-use developments would be nice to see in this county, but mixed-use developments that are focused on residential areas are the ones that actually do reduce urban sprawl. My second concern is with the circular logic that came up with this racetrack. So we're gonna rezone this area because it's next to a really noisy airport. What happens in 15 years when the circle comes back around and we want to rezone the other ag areas because they're next to a racetrack and an airport and other industry? And then it's just this accelerating process of concrete taking over the rest of our agricultural lands. My second concern is that, is Palatka going to be able to support a project like this? We don't even support a movie theater in this town. How are we going to support a racetrack for 15 years for the whole phase 2 development to occur? Putnam County is rural. Putnam County is in the country. We live here because it's rural, because it's country. Our land is our most precious resource. God told us that we are supposed to protect his land, and we need to be responsible stewards with his gifts. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak on the land use? Okay, I'll close the public hearing portion of this meeting and bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I do have a question for Zach. Zach, early on, you made a comment that this will leave our board, go to the county commissioners, and they're gonna make a decision whether they submit that to the state for review?
That's correct, yes, sir.
So, just for my own knowledge, what are the benefits of submitting it to the state for their review?
So when we submit it for state coordinated review, the primary benefit is that the state land planning agency, Florida Commerce, has the ability to review what is being proposed by these applicants and by default the staff report to ensure that it is consistent with certain state legislation like urban sprawl and infill, to ensure that this development is consistent with our comprehensive plan. So it is a secondary checks and balance, if you will, from a higher state agency over what we're proposing. And then the other agencies like Florida Department of Environmental Protection, Florida Department of Health, Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, right? All of the Florida departments will take a look at this as well and make sure that it aligns with their state mandated requirements for development.
Okay, makes sense. previous applications similar to this or some type of scale? I think you made a comment earlier, it had to be over 100 acres.
That 100-acre threshold changed about 3 years ago. I believe it used to be 10 acres. But that is state legislation, and it's because partly the Putnam County is a rural area of opportunity as designated by Florida Commerce.
Define that.
Good question. It's something to do with population, right? Census data. So we're looking at the 2020 census data, population less than 75,000 people. They also take into factor gross domestic product, GDP, median income, you know, those fundamental attributes that help determine whether a county is, you know, big and urban and developed or small and rural and underdeveloped.
So has it been past practice of the board to submit it to the state for review on other applications that would meet that criteria?
Yes, sir. And so I've been here for 4 years in September. This is the first large-scale map amendment that I've seen in my tenure here. I believe the last one was like right when I was starting my career in Putnam County, and it was the Udo Family Trust down in the Georgetown area. And they were detensifying, going back towards an agricultural designation.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff?
Is this property ultimately going to end up back in the city jurisdiction because of the utility requirements?
So that is, at this point, it's unknown. We'll probably discuss this at length in the next application presentation, but the city, the planning director for the city of Palatka has made the comment that if they connect to city water and city sewer, they will be annexed. In that event, then they would go through essentially 3 public hearings. The first to consider annexation, second to consider future land use map adoption, third to consider zoning map adoption.
Is what we're doing today compatible to what they do?
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, the process of going through, they'll do a land development, they'll do a land change, they'll do a zoning change. They won't accept it as it comes in, because when it leaves us, it might be already reclassified and rezoned.
So I've never worked for a municipality that's annexed property, so I've got very limited experience with it. But at face value, the county may have different designations than the city does. In fact, we know they do.
Mm-hmm.
So they would more or less try to align the two with what the city offers.
Mr. Kennedy, you want to come help us quick? Yes, sir, please do.
The decision to annex has not been made. Obviously, the city has let us know that if we're to use their water and sewer facilities, they would like us to annex. If we do annex, we will be required within a year to change the future land use map and the zoning map once again to match. But you got to expect if they're going to make us annex, what they're annexing, and that would be more of a formality at that point. But they do have to change their maps to be consistent with their plan and their zoning requirements as well. And to answer your question, the benefit, because you get that secondary review, but it's also a requirement. Mm-hmm. You don't have a choice. We have to submit it to the state if it's over 100 acres. So it's not necessarily a voluntary act, but it is. It does serve to provide a state level review of all those issues from all the relevant agencies. So.
Okay, I'm going to ask the $64,000 question.
Yes.
Why come before the county? I know it's existing county land. Why not go for annexation before you go for all of this? Why do this twice?
Well, we're not sure annexation is the answer for this project.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the short,
All right,
short
thank
version.
you.
And again, I think that can be discussed in the next, but it's not required to do what we want to do, so we're not sure it's the answer. It's nothing against Palatka. We just got to do what's best for the
Your
project and that decision-making process.
Okay, thank you. Sir, we've closed the public portion of this particular case. We'll open it back up for the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, any other questions of staff? We'll bring it back to the board for discussion, possible motion.
In the grand scheme of things, I think the future land use amendment, there's probably consistent. So I'll make a motion that we approve the, which one are we at here?
PUD.
On 2503?
2503.
Yeah,
Mhm.
PUD 25000003.
CPA.
CPA. CPA 3. CPA 25.
CPA 25 000003. Is that 3?
Yep.
Okay. As it is consistent with goals and objectives of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan.
Yes, sir. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Jason. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Thank you very much.
Can we turn that air conditioner up?
I don't know that we can, but is there anybody here in the building, Zach, you think that could?
Anybody got a jacket they can lend Stanley?
Stanley's cold. My fingernails aren't cold yet, so it's not really cold. I have had that happen in this building. Okay, well, we have our nameplates. I'm Susan Roberts. I'm an at-large appointee to the Planning Commission, and I live in South Putnam. Mr. Hafner, introduce yourself.
Jerry Hafner.
Microphone. Microphone. No, that's the wrong button.
What is that one? I'm Jerry Hafner. I've served on the commission now for a good number of years. Background in construction, real estate, and water management.
Mr. Morris?
Justin Morris.
Okay. He's fairly new to the board. Matt?
Matt Williams, filling a partial term of the at-large.
I'm Jason Sheffield. I reside at 315 Round Lake Road. I'm a relatively new member. I think I've been on the board now for about 8 months.
Mhm.
I'm Stanley Hodge. I've been on about 4 years.
Thank you, Ed.
Got a cold? John Maluda from South Putnam County, and my father and B.W. Lehman built that racetrack in Satsuma many years ago. I don't advocate one way or the other, just adding color.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, would you please make sure that the members speak clearly?
Yes.
Some of them are doing well.
Yeah, we need to remember to keep our microphones close.
Yeah, everybody look at me when that happens, so yeah, I'll speak into the microphone.
Your job is to keep Jerry's microphone close to him.
Sorry.
Pardon? Mr. Mike Perry is board attorney. Thank you. All right. We're going to go into the next case. And I take it, Zachary, you're still up. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Zachary Baker, Planning and Development Services. This is the presentation for PUD 25-000003. This is a zoning map amendment from agriculture to planned unit development. Planned unit development is a site-specific zoning designation. We have had a couple PUD cases here today, so I won't belabor what that means exactly. The applicant, as amended, is WA 207 LLC, and the agent as well as Mr. Kennedy, as well as other representatives of the Douglas Law Firm. Again, same 12 parcels as the future land use application, and the request is for the same, a zoning map amendment for the purpose of establishing a motorplex with uses associated with driver training, enthusiast storage and driving, commercial and industrial uses, and ancillary residential uses. A list of all proposed uses is provided within the staff report and in this presentation. Similarly here, 1.5 miles of road frontage, that's over a mile on County Road 309C and over 1/2 mile on State Road 100 Reed Street. Currently used for silviculture. Some are registered as bona fide farms with the property appraiser, others are not. No permanent improvements are established on the parcels subject to this application. Upon submittal, upon approval, upon submittal, I was correct. The PUD documents were routed to the Development Review Committee via email. Comments were requested. Staff compiled those comments and returned them to the applicant. You can see those comments within the agenda packet as well. The property is adjacent to the City of Palatka municipal boundary. Uses adjacent to the property include the K. Larkin Airport, St. Johns River Water Management District Personnel Facility, Putnam County Business Park, and residential and agricultural uses. The proposed development is also in the same vicinity as Georgia Pacific. Municipal water and sanitary sewer are within the immediate vicinity. Again, should this PUD be approved, the applicant will then be required to submit for the Development Review Committee. It'll be a 2-part review, one preliminary where we get a little more details than what was provided in today's application. Once that is found to be satisfactory by the DRC, then they will be required to submit their final development plan. That is where we will see very specific details about setbacks and where the uses are going to locate, so on and so forth. The DRC is comprised of several agencies, including Department of Transportation, Putnam County Public Works, Emergency Services, and St. Johns River Water Management District. They will all review their plans independently for compliance with their own prospective regulations. Along with those normal reviewers in the DRC, the City of Palatka will also have the benefit to review this. With that would be the airport manager as well. So the proposed uses, there are quite a few of them, so they're broken apart into 3 different slides. I'll just run down the list real quick. We've got motorsports complex, lodging, retail sales general, retail sales food, retail sales beverage, including but not limited to the sale of alcoholic beverages for on and off-premise consumption, services, office, educational, being specific to driver training, industrial arts, and related education, does not include primary or secondary schooling, clubs, commercial recreation and entertainment outdoor, commercial recreation and entertainment indoor, recreation activity-based, recreation resource-based, cultural, light industrial, which shall include but not be limited to industrial, light manufacturing, fabricating, processing, warehousing, distribution, packaging, or assembly, except for those areas designated as a special flood hazard on FEMA firm maps. Agriculture general, residential single-family, residential multifamily, garage plexes, airplane hangars, event meeting space, and temporary outdoor recreation and entertainment. Here I've taken the liberty to kind of break down a couple of the uses that we've seen in the previous slides. So the motorsports complex, this is an abbreviated definition. The full definition is within the development agreement. But essentially this is more or less copy and paste directly out of the Putnam County Land Development Code. It would be a road racing track or circuit or a collection of such facilities of various types and related facilities designed to provide the opportunity for one or more of the following: to race for auto clubs, amateur and professional drivers, to test land-based motor vehicles, to hold driving school, including driver training of first responders, to compete or practice in road racing, dirt track circuits, competitive and recreational go-kart circuits, monster truck rallies, mud bogging, motocross, and drag racing events. And a garageplex is a unique residential living space with a garage that combines function and style as a hybrid of a garage and an apartment or loft and can be used as a work living space. This is a definition proposed by the applicant. So in terms of why are we doing a PUD, to start out, it's required by Land Development Code Section 45-193C. That reference section describes a motorsports complex. Pursuant to LDC Section 45-221B, the proposed PUD includes mixed-use development providing for an integration of housing types and non-residential uses, provides flexibility to meet changing needs and consumer preferences. It utilizes existing vegetation for buffering requirements, constitutes infill among nearby developments, and is governed as a large-scale complex development with unique design features which would impede the development if regulated through traditional zoning designations. This application adheres to all three criteria defined in LDC Section 45-223A, and the proposed PUD adheres to 5 of the 8 objectives defined in LDC Section 45-223B. The applicant will be required to demonstrate compliance with those other 3 criteria if the proposed PUD is adopted during the DRC review. Here we can see an aerial image of the property, future land use designation, the zoning map, FEMA flood zone, jurisdictional wetlands, again, a conceptual plan, and a little bit bigger zoomed in on the utilities. Staff recommends approval of the request to amend the zoning map from agriculture to plan unit development with the staff amended development agreement, as the request is consistent with the requirements for PUD zoning, consistent with the future land use designation that is proposed, and is consistent with other comprehensive plan goals, objectives, and policies. You can take any
Other
questions.
questions of staff?
If, for some chance, those other 3 aren't in compliant, then what?
Well, so it's one of those things where if they're not in compliance, then there's going to have to be some action taken, whether it's an amendment to the PUD or just general adherence to the Land Development Code. So the Development Review Committee, we can deny a project, but we can't necessarily turn it around and push it away. When it goes to DRC, the entitlements are there, and then the applicant has to demonstrate compliance with all of the regulations that are in place. In the event that there is some sort of conflict between regulations from 2 different agencies, the more powerful agency would supersede.
Other questions?
So, Madam Chair, I have a series of questions
Okay.
throughout the packet, and I think now probably is the best time to start
Okay.
going through them.
Go for it.
Zach, it seems like this whole development is predicated on getting water and sewer. It seems like everything I read says you have to connect to the municipal water system or have some type of water treatment system or septic or sewer system available. The county has nothing in the area, correct, by way of water or sewer?
The county does not have any infrastructure for water sewer in the area at this time. That is correct.
Okay. I like the concept of this thing. Personally, I think it's phenomenal. But it goes back to where we're going through a large effort here to potentially approve something that won't take flight unless we have water or sewer available. I would assume that the developer has the ability to do their own water treatment facility. I would assume they have their right to do their own sewer unless there are limits or restrictions saying that if it's within 1,000 feet, they have to connect, even though it's a municipal. Because if they're not certain they want to annex in, they can't get the water and sewer because the city won't provide it. So I have some consternation regarding that to begin with, you know?
Can I take a chance to respond to that?
Absolutely.
So they are not forbidden from applying for a package plant water, wastewater through Florida Department of Environmental Protection. In the event that this does get approved, that would be a satisfactory requirement for water and sewer. We do not anticipate this project to be on private well and septic. It will be some sort of a small-scale utility facility that we would see for a municipal area. It'll go through the same regulatory process that the city's water and sewer infrastructure went through, and the same process that the county's water and sewer infrastructure goes through.
Okay. So earlier I heard people make comments about they're supporting it. Here's some neighbors saying they support it. I look at the setbacks. The setbacks look very adequate. I see that you guys have redlined some items on the setback on the, in the modified PUD. But the maximum impervious surface of 80%, that seems a little high.
Yes, sir. So that aligns with what the proposed future land use designation is. So within the comprehensive plan and within the urban reserve future land use policy, it establishes floor area ratios and impervious surface allowances for non-residential and residential uses. So in this case, being that the primary use is non-residential, 80% is what the comprehensive plan future land use category would allow for, and that is by default what the applicants are petitioning for through their development agreement. It's not to say that they have to go to 80% impervious surface, but it gives them the entitlement to go up that high if necessary.
Okay.
Well, it looks like they got enough jurisdictional wetlands on it to accommodate some of that stormwater, and they'll have an engineered stormwater plan, so.
Sure.
I think it's probably not too far out of the ballpark.
So in the developer's agreement, this should probably be reviewed, not knowing which way they're gonna go, annexation or provide their own package plans. But items 5.2 and 5.3, the red line from county staff says industrial uses shall connect to an existing municipal water supply. And when I hear municipal water supply, my assumption is that's the city. It's not their potential independent water supply.
Yes, sir. And the reason that staff made that proposal, I'm trying to thumb through it. Essentially, what you get is within the comprehensive plan, you got to follow a chain, so bear with me. But with the urban reserve future land use category, it allows for industrial uses so long as it doesn't exceed 20% of the land area of that urban reserve district. So you've also probably seen the 66-acre threshold. That's where that number comes from. Well, also within that industrial use urban reserve, it states that industrial uses are permitted, but it has to align with the industrial future land use designation in the Putnam County Comprehensive Plan. Within the industrial future land use designation, it states that industrial uses shall connect to existing utilities, just existing utilities. The only existing utility that is known would be city water and city sewer. And so staff can't waver from the comprehensive plan. The objective here is to just kind of, this is what the language says that we have to abide by. If the attorneys want to handle that kind of conversation about what constitutes existing, or where the shall may or may not be wavered from, that is something that the attorneys would have to take up conversation on.
Fair enough.
I want to add a question to that. Should the owner choose at the outset of the project to put in the packet water sewer plants and everything, would that be considered an existing system?
Should they utilize the, I'm sorry, I wasn't.
If they were to go ahead in the initial part of the project, up front, put in the water and sewer system themselves, their own, would that be considered an existing water and treatment?
See, that's a great question for an attorney to answer.
Mr. Mr. Kennedy, you want to answer that?
It would be an existing water and sewer facility.
It's existing. So, go ahead. Okay.
Madam Chair, I think that's it for me.
Jerry?
Zach, at what point in this entire development program, I know we go through it twice basically, when do operation times come into consideration, noise levels, things like that? Where do they show up in this process?
So there is some limited language within the development agreement that stipulates that the hours of operation are from, I believe it's 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., with the exception of 8 special events held throughout the year, in which that amplified noise could go beyond 10 p.m. But we don't have a schedule. We don't know if it'll be, 8 events back to back in one month. We don't really know what that would look like. It would be at the discretion of the applicant to host those events and comply with their development agreement.
Staff be looking at ways to possibly mitigate some of the noise problems and things like that?
Yes, sir. So that's where your buffers and your setbacks come in critical for this type of development. And that's why, one of the reasons why staff bumped up the buffer and the setback and the staff amended development agreement.
And one of the things I was reading was talking about suggested level that they were looking for was 125 decibels, which I think is pretty much what a 737 jet produces on takeoff. That was why I was asking the question where those kinds of things really get narrowed down for discussion.
You mean like near an airport? I said, you mean like near an airport?
Yeah, I know we got an airport near that. We don't have a 737 landing there, I can tell you that.
So in the original, to that point, the original was reduced setbacks from residential properties, and it was 135 decibels at the property line, which would mean
Really close.
severe pain standing on my own property. Staff has amended that and addressed that and increased some buffers and lowered that. So I'm a lot more comfortable with the revised than I was in the beginning on the first one, so.
Yeah. And believe me, unbuffered is not good. Any other questions of staff? Okay, we're going to go through a slightly different process with the owner and the owner's agent. They have asked to have a group of people speak for the owner during their presentation process, and we're going to do that. So I believe, Mr. Douglas, you're up first. Please come forward, state your name and address, and
Bear with me, Madam Chair. They have a presentation.
okay. My office was a mile from DIS. My office was a mile from DIS.
Well, I mean, I can hear Satsuma racetrack.
Mm-hmm.
In Putnam,
Mm-hmm.
It'll do it on its own.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening. Charlie Douglas, 117 North 2nd Street. Madam Chair, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you tonight, not just as an attorney, but as someone who believes in the power of bold vision, courageous leadership, and the unshakable potential of Putnam County. Tonight, we are gathered together and standing at a crossroads as a community, much like generations before us once did. In our past, leaders in our county made decisions that transformed our economic future. It was vision that welcomed Wilson Cypress in the 1800s, Hudson Pulp and Paper in the 1940s. It was resolve that opened the door to Seminole Electric in the 1980s. Those decisions were not without risk, but they were driven by belief, a belief that Putnam County could be more, could do more. And tonight we ask you once again to say yes to vision. Our generation now has a similar opportunity for a project that will redefine how Putnam County is seen, not just in Florida, not just in America, but across the globe. We present to you a proposal for a planned unit development, unlike any the county has ever seen. A state-of-the-art motorsports and driver training complex that will bring world-class infrastructure, education, safety, and tourism to our community. This is not just a track. This is a training ground for elite professionals, a safety hub for law enforcement and first responders, a learning campus where our youth will gain life-saving defense driving skills long before they ever set foot on the interstate. It's okay.
Oh, they changed it around. Yeah, they fixed it.
He's coming. We've got a professional coming.
Zach, here comes the expert.
Yeah. We could do it from over here if necessary. Gotta go push a button back in the IT room.
It's up.
This project is located immediately adjacent to the Palatka Airport. The industrial uses to the north include Georgia Pacific, to the east, the airport, and other industrial zoning to the south. This project will encompass over 440 acres and will be a CapEx investment of over $200 million. Initially, there will be 50 new primary jobs with annual payroll of more than $4 million and the other additional economic impacts that will be discussed later in our presentation. The long-term vision of this project is a state-of-the-art driver training facility with dynamic motorsport programming and a positive community impact for our residents of Putnam County. So you may ask, who is WA207? Who are the Lagacies? The Lagacy family has a long history in motorsports, and their business, Scott Lagacy Racing, is a multifaceted motorsports organization that competes full-time in the Trans Am Series. Other services include advanced driver coaching and development, race car design and construction, and marketing. Tonight here with us is Mr. Scott Lagacy Sr., if you'll please stand. Scott Lagacy Jr., and Mr. Warren Mosler is not able to be here tonight, but Jacob Mosler is. Jacob? This is the ownership team of WA207. With them is a team of professionals. First, the architect and master planner is an international architecture firm that is top 100 architects in the United States of America, Cube 3. And their CEO flew in tonight to be with us, Mr. Nick Middleton. The developer representative is Rimrock. The engineering firm is Matthews, DCCM, is Rob Matthews. Please stand. And also Mr. Rudd Jones. The site development is with Robert Site Development, and our firm is honored to support on the land use and zoning side. The Legacy family is known for making a difference. They are not outsiders. They're one of us. The Legacy family has been here in Putnam County since the 1960s. They are known for their philanthropic efforts. Boy Scouts of America, they were invited to the National Jamboree to help scouts build a car. Screen Your Machine campaign, which is a cancer screening endeavor in order to help more people learn about and see that they have cancer so they can receive treatment. Mr. Legacy, Scott Legacy Jr., is a cancer survivor. And that is his campaign to help save more people from that disease. They also help the Tom Coughlin J Fund and through FDOT's efforts on bicycle and pedestrian safety. So what are some of the project details? And not to reiterate too much already of what Zach has mentioned, but importantly, this is a driver training facility. This is a place where first responders and law enforcement will come to learn how to respond to emergencies in a way that will help all of our neighborhoods when a call comes in for their services. This is a place where we can enjoy together as a community recreation and entertainment. We don't have to ask any longer, what can our kids do after school? We'll have a karting facility, indoor and outdoor activities, arcades, live music festivals on occasion, and related uses. Along with that come retail sales, event and meeting facilities, and lodging. There will be a road course, food and beverage sales, retail motorsport related merchandise, and this concept of a garageplex. I'm not sure any of you have heard that term before, but it is a place where owners can place their street vehicles and have a loft on top. And here are some representative photographs of what a garageplex looks like. On the bottom floor is where an owner would keep their vehicles, and on the top floor would be a loft. There would also be a vehicle concourse from time to time, or motor vehicle shows, and also an RV campground for track guests. There will be special conditions that have been worked through and that communication continues regarding track operations, a limited time for that. This is not a 24/7 facility, and there will be a maximum of 8 special track events per calendar year that may extend beyond those hours. The reason for extending into hours like 6, 7, 8 o'clock at night is because there are some programs that you'll hear about in the coming speakers for workforce development. And some of those classes take place after 5 o'clock in order to train folks in the police academy. Workforce development collaborations, and for our kids in the karting course. Importantly, this project is about law enforcement training, it's about the community, it's about our youth, it's about first responder engagement, and it being a world-class facility we can all be proud of. This project is not NASCAR. It is not the Daytona 500. This is not a continuous event that goes on for hours and hours and hours at a time. This is not the Gator Nationals drag racing. This is not dirt track racing, where you have 50 of the small dirt track vehicles racing around with open headers at the same time. It's not Barberville. And through this process, the applicants, the Legacy family, it's been very important to them that they engage with the community, that they hear from neighbors, they hear from folks who have concerns. And I'd like to address some of those concerns tonight. The number one concern is noise. So I'd like to spend some time on this slide here, a decibel level comparison. So at the airport now, a jet engine's decibel range is around 140. There are 2 gun ranges beside this project. The Skeet Club and the City of Palatka Police Department gun range has a decibel level of around 170. This proposed motorsports facility will have an expected decibel level of around 125. So what do those numbers really mean? There is a mathematical calculation for what a decibel level here will mean later over there. For every foot you go away from the source of the sound, the decibel level decreases. And that's what this graph is trying to illustrate. So let's take, for example, the gun range at 170. After 9,400 feet, we're measuring from the gun range to the intersection of Moats Road and 309C. Some of the concerned citizens were from the Francis area, and so it was important for us to do our due diligence and really understand what those decibel levels mean in Francis. And so we chose that intersection of 309C and Moats Road as a good place for measurement. So from the gun range at 170 decibels, 9,400 feet over to Moats Road and 309C, the noise goes from 170 down to 90 decibels. A jet engine taking off at the airport, starting at 140 decibels, 6,800 feet later to Moats Road and 309C, that decibel goes down to 63. And in between the jet engine cone and the car on the track cone, you'll see 90 decibels put in. And that is for the youth baseball complex. An outside youth event is at 90 decibels. For a car on the track, at around 125 decibels, 6,300 feet later to Moats Road and 309C, the decibel level goes down to 49. And importantly, that all of these numbers are shown with 0 buffering. This is a straight line of sight calculation, and with buffering, the sound decibels would be even less. Let's zero in on the airport. This is a picture from the cockpit of an airplane taking off from Palatka Airport on runway 27. This is the runway that heads west. As an airplane is taking off, there is a pattern, a left-hand pattern, that an airplane would take for touch and goes. And touch and go traffic is mainly for training activities, and this is very common with Embry-Riddle airplanes that visit our Palatka Airport. You probably have seen them. They're mostly high-wing airplanes, white with blue lettering, and the last 2 letters are ER or Echo Romeo for Embry-Riddle. And they come over here because we're in the right distance for what they call a cross-country flight, which is a requirement for them taking classes in Daytona in order to get their private pilot's license. And they use this airport non-stop. And we derive very little benefit, if any benefit, from that. Hopefully one day Embry-Riddle will decide to buy a lot of fuel from the airport. But as it stands now, they service their own airplanes with their own fuel down in Daytona. But they come nonstop and they take off from our main runway and go into this pattern for runway 27, but a similar pattern exists for runway 1735 and also runway 9. This project is probably the best suited for any land around the airport. This is a compatible project. Nevertheless, it's very important for the Legacy family that this be compatible with the community and our neighbors. They want to do it, we want to do it the right way. And that is why buffering is very important, and setbacks. And that's been a long part of the conversations and dialogues with staff to make sure that we get it right. And the buffering takes place with vegetation and berms and strategic placement of buildings and the garage plexus to help buffer the sound even more. Other than noise, the second concern that we've heard from citizens is about traffic. What's this going to do to traffic? It's a big concern around Highway 100 right now in our community, 309C. And I want to place on the record that the Legacy families is about safety. It is paramount to this project's success. One of the major components of this project is the safety training for our first responders and law enforcement throughout Florida. And the traffic counts generated from the fully developed project pale in comparison to the numbers generated with a pre-platted residential division. If this land does not become a motorsports facility, what will it become? If it becomes a residential subdivision, and with the recent passage of the Live Local Act, maximum density would be permitted for affordable housing. And based on the numbers that we have run so far, it would see traffic count soaring into the tens of thousands per day for a residential subdivision. And we will not have that impact. It will be dramatically less. And importantly for Putnam County, this development is for the community. It's for workforce development, and here shortly you'll hear from President Pickens. It's about career technical education, including our K through 12. It's about philanthropic endeavors, the proven history of charitable events that the Legacies have had through the decades with the Boy Scouts and with cancer fundraising and awareness, Seamark Ranch, kids and karting. And because of our rail sections directly across Highway 100, we look forward to engaging more with our state trails and with our outdoor initiative of who Putnam County is known for. And in addition, economic benefit. Ms. Laura Pavlis with the Chamber of Commerce will be here tonight to speak to the economic benefits as well for our hotel booking and small business benefits that will apply across our community, including downtown. And here with us tonight is Deloach, who will speak more about the law enforcement component and the ability for us to team up with the Florida Sheriff's Association, Teen Drive Challenge, that helps our youth between the ages of 15 and 19 learn how to drive and experience what it means to go off the side of the road on a shoulder and come back on without overcorrecting, defensive driving, and vehicle dynamics. So we ask you tonight to imagine the economic ripple of hotels booked and restaurants filled, local vendors that are thriving. Imagine a young person from Palatka learning to drive safely next to professionals from around the country on the very same track. Imagine first responders sharpening their skills in controlled environments that mimic real-life emergencies, saving lives in our neighborhoods tomorrow because of the training they received today. This is what it means to build the future. We're asking you to believe again in a brighter tomorrow, to see the same horizon our predecessors once did, to look past the familiar and glimpse what's possible when we say yes to innovation, yes to investment, and yes to leadership. With this PUD approval, we plant a flag declaring that Putnam County is open for smart growth, ready for world-class infrastructure, and let history show that when the time came to dream big, this planning commission had the wisdom and courage to do just that. Let us put Putnam on the map for the right reasons. Thank you for your consideration, and we ask for your unanimous vote in support and approval of staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Would you like to take questions from us now, or you want to do it at the end when everybody's spoken, or how do you want to do that?
If it'd be okay with, Madam Chair, we do have, other presenters that would go.
Okay.
And then at the end, we are available as part of the PIC team to answer any of
Okay.
your questions, and depending on which category your question may come from.
Sounds good.
So at this time, we would ask for Deloach.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and those seated in the audience. Whether you're here because you serve on this board, or if you are here just to satisfy your own idle curiosity, or you have a significant amount of trepidation about this project based on a lack of understanding, I welcome you here tonight, and I thank you for your time. This project to me is crucial to the success of our county and putting us on the map, and in a good way. As Sheriff of Putnam County, safety is something that is always paramount and most in my mind. And I can tell you that I personally fully support the Legacy's proposed race training facility that you've heard about here tonight. This project will provide a safe, controlled environment for driver training, including specialized high-performance instruction for our deputies that we currently have no means to replicate here locally. Have professional instructors and a purpose-built track means our deputies can sharpen their pursuit and emergency driving skills without leaving our county, directly enhancing our public safety. It also creates a unique public-private partnership that you heard Mr. Douglas talk of just a few moments ago. And that specifically is the Florida Sheriff's Association Teen Driver Challenge, which is a program that is proven to save young lives by teaching critical driving defensive tactics that could be hosted now right here with the approval of this project. This would allow us to train more of our teens on a professional track, making our roads safer for everyone. Beyond training, this facility will draw racers, teams, and enthusiasts from across the region. They'll stay in our hotels, dine in our restaurants, and invest in our community, creating economic benefits that well beyond the property loss. I've known Scott and his family for many years, and I can tell you, in my opinion, their integrity is above reproach, and their commitment to excellence is proven. Approving this project is more than supporting a business. It's investing in public safety, youth and driver education, economic growth, and the future of Putnam County. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. I think we have the Honorable Joe Pickens.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. Joe Pickens, President, St. John's River State College, 5001 St. John's Avenue, Palatka. I'm here to speak in favor of the project and suggest to you that, at least for us, the proximity of this facility and the college is ideal. It's ripe for a partnership the likes of which doesn't exist now. Ideally, the establishment of a world-class automotive training facility co-located with this facility would be magnificent. We don't have the resources or the space to do what could be done with them on our own. And more importantly, the concept of having a college facility adjacent to or on this property would free up remarkable space on our campus for other programs. You might have read that we're currently in the process of a $28 million renovation of our technology building, and we're adding a $22,000 STEM building for workforce training programs immediately to the west of our technology building. Not having to locate automotive technology on our campus and consume a good bit of that 22,000 square feet will allow us to offer other programs there that are just as desperately needed. We see this as an opportunity that is unprecedented for the college. As Mr. Douglas mentioned, if this doesn't go there, a large subdivision could. A large subdivision might create more students for my college, but it will not create educational opportunities like this project would. And we would suggest it's good for the community, it's good for the college, and it's good for Putnam County. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Bobby Payne.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. It's good to see all of you. I want to talk to you just a little bit about my perspective of this project. And to do that, I need to tell you a little bit of story. Lifelong person from Putnam County. By the way, my address is 103 Sherry Lane. Through my career with Seminole Electric, which was 37 years, I spent tremendous amount of time in community service, all because of the same things you're here for, moving and giving quality of life improvements to our community. After retirement, I was encouraged to run for the legislature. I ran for the legislature, served 8 years in Tallahassee, very rewarding opportunity. But during that time, the first thing I wanted to do was improve the quality of life in rural Florida. So I started a campaign called Rural County Days, and that, quite frankly, selfishly for Putnam County. Putnam County has always struggled with economic opportunities and growth. You all know that. And thank you again for your positions here tonight. That event started out selfishly with the 5 counties that I represented, and has now grown to 28 counties in Florida. 600 people come to reception, 1,000 people come to the courtyard. Why do I tell you that story? Because rural communities have a place in Florida, and with 1,000 people moving to Florida today, there's opportunities in Putnam County for us to embellish that opportunity. If I were to read you a few facts, I represented my last few years in the legislature, Putnam, portions of St. John's, portions of Clay, and portions of Marion. I had the opportunity to speak with the Office of Economic Demographic Research. So let me read you. Projections are for Putnam County, without an anchor, without an opportunity for growth, without development. From 2020 to 2045, the projections are that we'll grow 2,000 people in Putnam County. For Clay County, the projections are they'll grow 64,000. They're already at 219,000. Putnam is just about 74,000. Marion will grow 91,000 people in 20 years, and St. John's will grow 161,000. We're growing 2,000 based on that projection. We know this rural area that we see has not developed. We know that some things that could occur there would not benefit the community, as we've all heard. And so I took the opportunity while in Tallahassee to talk to some of the large developers. I actually know some billionaire developers out of Jacksonville. And I asked them the question, I said, what is the problem with growth in Putnam County? Why can we not grow? And so the answers are these, and these were quoted comments. It's a weak market demand. Population growth is slow. We don't see an opportunity to build and grow in Putnam County, but we do in these other areas. And it was hard for me to grasp that when we have a place like the St. Johns River where people will move to for growth opportunities. They said we have a limited infrastructure. When we worked on infrastructure, and infrastructure through some of the appropriations we've gotten from the House and the Senate has grown in the city of Palatka, but we need to continue to build that infrastructure. They also said some of the regulatory changes were very difficult, and some of the planning and zoning changes in Putnam County were difficult. I'm going to say in the past, not currently and not in the future. There was competition from neighboring communities, and the competition would roll out the red carpet for some of these communities to develop. But mostly what was upsetting was the reputation and the perception of Putnam County. Stagnant, economically stagnant, an industrial town. To some degree, education was not where it should be. Education's improved in our community. We're at the state average now as far as graduation. So those are the things that were disappointing to me. I think the opportunity for this motorplex to develop, as we talk about, can be an anchor for our community, can be a state-of-the-art, world-class facility. Now, I'll tell you, Scott Lagacy and I went to high school together. And Scott Lagacy is a person of impeccable reputation and ethics. I've had the opportunity to connect with him some over the last several years, and I can tell you that if he does it, he'll do it right. So please consider and give us a unanimous vote for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Payne. Mr. Douglas, who do you have next, or anyone?
Ms. Laura Pablos from the Chamber.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair and the committee. I'm Laura Pavlis. I'm the president of the Putnam County Chamber of Commerce, 1100 Reed Street in Palatka. This, with me here is Kimberly Morgan. This is our Vice President of Tourism for some additional comments. We're here to express our tremendous support for the project, which will be located at County Road 309 in the PUD. This project boasts phenomenal benefits for our local business community, and it'll produce great revenues to support our public sector needs, and it'll reduce the property tax burdens of our residential community. This $200 million plus project will generate significant revenue for the county. The majority of the condominiums will be occupied by owners that have their primary residence elsewhere. The condos will not qualify for homestead exemptions, and they won't be impacted by Florida's portability savings. The majority of the unit owners will also not utilize our school system for their children, and these are huge cost savings for our community. They'll have low service utilization of our publicly funded resources, and we anticipate that they will contribute significantly more in revenues than they ever redeem. The project estimates over $6 million in ad valorem taxes annually into our budget. The project will generate significant impact fees, estimated at over $4 million, and these will save our residents from the burden of new growth. The impact fees will be used to support the needs of the project instead of the residents needing to pay for that growth. The project will drive sales tax revenues into the community through fuel and fluid sales on the site and off the site. The owners will also be spending significantly in our local business community, in our restaurants, in our retailers, in our local shops. These owners will have significant discretionary income that will pour into our community, and they'll be strongly supporting our local business community. This project will create significant high-wage jobs for our local residents, jobs in hospitality, automotive, manufacturing. The estimated 50-plus jobs should create $4 million in annual payroll for our local economic impact. And the project in total will have an annual impact of, we estimate, $20 million a year. This project also promises a plethora of public-facing components, which you've heard about, and Kimberly Morgan is going to speak with you about some of those. We urge you to support this project for the economic impacts and the support that it'll have to our local community.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commission. We are really excited about this project, and from a tourism perspective and the quality of life for Putnam County residents, the additional phases of this project will include a go-kart track for public use. This will be a wonderful family entertainment complex for our residents and visitors to enjoy. Phase 4 of the project also includes what will be Putnam County's first 4-star hotel. This level of sophistication will be a huge advantage for our business community to entertain clients, for our visitors that desire a more high-end experience, and for anyone celebrating a special occasion and just looking for something to enhance their stay. Putnam County has a hole in need of this type of caliber of rooms in the hotel space, as these rooms typically book out during special events and fishing tournaments and a variety of different special events that we have within our community. They are seeking that higher standard stay. The hotel rooms will generate tourism development taxes, which are the one tax that our residents do not pay. Visitors pay this tax when they enjoy our lodging facilities throughout the county. We love those that come visit, invest in our community by spending their money here and then leaving. It creates a huge tax savings for our local residents. We are greatly anticipating the Racing Museum as well, slated for Phase 4. This will be another great attraction for visitors and be a point of pride for our local residents. We look forward to hearing that you support this project because it's about economic vitality for our community and improves the quality of life here.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Jeremy Alexander, 134 Timber Lane, Palatka, Florida. I am honored and humbled to be here tonight to read a letter of support from a member of our community that their family has been in our prayers for the last 12 to 14 months. So we'll get through this. August 13th, 2025, to whom it may concern. We are the Ryans, David and Marlene. We have lived in Putnam County practically all our life. As local business owners and taxpayers, we are so excited to hear of this new venture coming to Putnam County. For years, this county has held back from expansion and progress, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, keeping our small town appeal. We would love for our grandchildren to stay here and build their life here in this county. This is why we favor ventures like this. If approved, the project will provide jobs, tourism, a new tax base, and income for local businesses, providing services to the new influx of visitors. In short, we want a growing, healthy community. We are not concerned about traffic issues, as this is not a spectator-based endeavor. No one can tell our family how bad Highway 100 is. We know. We are relying on FDOT to provide support and determine that an upgrade is already needed. We are currently building a new home at 119 Springside Shortcut Road, our final home. Our business is also located on Springside Shortcut Road. We're a stone's throw away from the proposed facility. At night, we can hear the chip mill running, aeration pumps for the oxidation ponds at Georgia Pacific. We can hear music at times from the event venue next door. During the day, planes coming in from the nearby flight school make numerous buzzes over our property. Also, the traffic on 100 with the loud exhaust and Jake brakes. Yes, we hear it all. This is progress. We don't feel the extra noise is going to be a factor, nor the traffic. In closing, again, we support this project. This is a proposal that can change our county for the good. Respectfully and thank you, Dave and Marlene Ryan, Aquatic Management Plus. Thank you.
Could you leave a copy of that with our clerk, please? Thank you. Is that it?
That's all we have. If you've got questions, we'll try to figure out.
Are there questions that anyone would like to ask of the ones who just presented, of the agents?
I guess the first thing would be great comments. Why Putnam County, and does a facility like this exist anywhere else in the continental United States?
The existence of other facilities, I think, are the legacies can speak to clearer than I can. So I'll let them. Of course, they can answer one better there.
Madam Commissioner, Commissioners, thank you.
Just give us your name and address.
Scott Lagasse, Jr., 258 Barataria Drive. The question, to be clear, was, do these exist elsewhere? And what was the second part of that question? Sorry.
Why Putnam?
Why Putnam? Simple answer on do they exist elsewhere? Yes. If done properly, they become very successful. The nearest to here that would be one in Orlando, another built in Tampa. In regards to garage plexes, I am unaware of a true driver training facility built in the country. It's a unique thing that we've come up with some pretty smart people. And are pretty excited about it. Our core business is driver training for a lot of the young up-and-coming NASCAR drivers. With that, having lived outside of this area and being the epitome of somebody that wanted to get the hell out of Dodge and realizing you didn't know what you had, to answer your question on why here is this is Dad's home. And for me, it's a legacy. So why not here? That's going to be my next question, right? Like why not do it here? Why not Putnam? So we are asking for, and have been very humbled by the level of support that's shown up. Many of you we've not met, and thank you. This has been stressful, to say the least, but exciting. So did I answer your question clear enough? I can say
Does that answer your question, John?
Yes, it did, thanks. And there's nothing wrong with Putnam County. I mean, I'm saying the fact that we'd want to do something like here, which is great. You know, I grew up back in the 60s along with somebody else to my right in Putnam County, okay, from that particular standpoint. So,
And we
thank you.
left and we came back.
Yes, ma'am.
We both did.
Hi, Madam Chair. Scott Legacy, senior. Well, I'm really not a senior. He's a junior, but I've been placed in that area. So, commissioners and county staff, thank you guys. Appreciate everything. And I think we're quite humbled by support and enthusiasm for the project. And I grew up here, went to school at St. Monica's, then over on Hudson Middle School, then Palatka South. Moved to Elkton after that, and went to Votech in St. Augustine. And so it's always been home. We have a place in Federal Point that's been home for a lot of years, since '88. And currently staying in St. Augustine. Our house flooded some years ago out at the river where our seawall, knock on wood, will be done here in the next few weeks, and we'll start some fill dirt in and we'll raise the house and we'll be back there. But we have just this, we've been fortunate to figure out a way to be in motorsports for a long time, 40 years now. And I grew up in this community looking for opportunities in that area. I played baseball, loved it, but I really wanted to be in motorsports, and I had to look elsewhere. Our goal is to create a youth system, engage with the youth, create a safety training programs, and then we also do advanced driver, professional driver training. So I will say that Scotty's done a great job, and over the last couple years, I've been working more on this project and some things back here at home. And Scotty's been running the program on the road. We race 12 races a year around the country, usually about 6 tests, so there's about 18 weekends a year gone, or travel about 18 events a year, counting the tests. And he's brought the program to a high level. We just signed a deal with GM Racing this year. It's the
More
first.
like 25. He's not traveling anymore, so he doesn't realize how far I'm going.
But we've been able to do it at a high enough level that we were fortunate enough to sign a contract with GM Racing. We work directly with them now, and they send us kids to develop, and also Hendrick Motorsports. So he and the guys have won the last 5 races on the road, 3 national and 2 West Coast events. So we're really hitting on all 8 cylinders now, and this is something we want to do for a long time. It's home to me, and I don't want to travel. And if we could build this here, that's selfish, but why not build it here and have the revenues here? And right now when we train at a specific track, go all the way to Kershaw, South Carolina, it's 6 hours away. We spend money there, stay in hotels, people flying up into that area. Why not fly in here and do it? So that's really the core of the reason we want to do it, and I think it'll make a big difference here.
Thank you. All right. Yeah, we have some questions.
Yeah, this is probably for the gentleman that were just speaking. My question would be, I really like the ideas of the driver training and all of those things, the other opportunities that are going to be out there. I am curious as to what percentage of the activity out there would you see being used by professional drivers and also in vehicle and engine development?
I think if we're lucky and we do our jobs right, it will be hopefully a good program. An actual schedule would be difficult to pin down at this point. I think if we build, I hate to say if we build it, they'll come, right? Like we're taking a huge risk here, obviously. It's not hard to tell we don't have this kind of resources. That being said, we have enough of a Rolodex and enough of a reputation now that I think we will see groups from outside here, pockets of relationships, people we currently train, people we have trained, that will fly in, utilize the project for a couple days, then fly home. The part of the reason to be adjacent to the airport, besides the noise, is just to be a natural fit, is the proximity to the airport.
Yeah.
We're hoping for those kind of levels of people that have the discretionary income. We have verbally confirmed with GM's driver development program that we work with, trainer program. We do the younger kids, and then the group, friends of mine, do the higher level, Larson, Chastain, those level guys. I have been politicking, for a better term, with them to utilize the program for them to come in during the winter for a few days and use it. So you have that level of people coming here. When that comes, and that just brings a higher level people. If Chase Elliott or somebody of that magnitude were to come in, we had a very good weekend last weekend with the program, and one with their youngest kid at a high level, so conversations went well.
Yeah. The track looks really cool.
It is.
Will it also be geared somewhat to training drivers for Indy-style vehicles?
I don't foresee a lot of IndyCar type stuff. In regards to the track, the uniqueness, well, I said there's not a lot of, there's no other facility I know of it. The reason for the facility and the property itself lends very well to this. When we looked at this piece of property, it took him a year and a half to find this piece of property and to acquire it for us. Is traditionally these types of facilities are built real tight, complex, condensed, and aren't very safe. And the best way you learn is to make a mistake but not pay the penalty. So the idea behind it, as you call a lot of green space, that's runoff. Plus we like the look, but the main thing. So I don't know if I answered questions. They're difficult questions to answer, but.
And I'll also say I do like the way that you arrange most of the track activity, the southern part of the property right next to the airport, which I think is advantageous.
And that's been the biggest concern. We have, I've offered my cell phone number up to pass around to anybody with concerns, and I have received concerns. Fortunately for us, after sitting with a majority of the concerns, some of which the letter I just heard Mr. Ryan and was just incredible because he was a concerned individual of it with him being so close. But I think what we've done is found a great place here that fits, and the noise, again, what Charlie did a good job of showing is, I understand the noise is the biggest concern, but that being said, as you look at it compared to the airport and you look at it with zero buffering, the noise level becomes less than the traffic coming by. So obviously we want to be good neighbors. We feel like we've done everything in our power to be good neighbors, and I hope that's recognized.
What kind of time frame you guys talk about to be in operational?
We have 7 to 10.
I'm not talking about business hours. I'm talking about time construct until you guys actually
I'm sorry.
open the door and start helping people out.
I've got a lovely saying that our team likes a lot, is they don't hold green flags. So that being said, this is way faster than what we were expecting to even to be at this point, which is phenomenal. I want to say a year from permitting. They're telling me I'm crazy. Obviously, we've got a long road ahead of ourselves through other boards and agencies. So
If I could share.
Yeah.
So our expectations are, if we stay on schedule and it's approved by you, then we'll have a county commission meeting in about 30 days or so, and then we should be able to wrap up permitting by November. But the 1st of November, we hope. We'll do delineation, wetlands delineation during the winter. And we're being optimistic, and we're ready to roll. So we could break ground in first quarter of 2026. And the optimistic view is that we could have the track and the main buildings in place between 12 and 18 months, 12 and 18 months. So, I mean, it's realistic that we could have a lot done by the end of 26 and probably a grand opening sometime in 27. That's what we
Yeah, I
believe.
just didn't understand if you guys were, had a phased construction plan where you're gonna build part of it and then.
Pardon me?
I don't know if you guys were trying to phase the construction where you were building part of it and then building,
Well,
the
we've
rest
got
of
it
it
broke out
at
in
a future
phases,
time.
but realistically, phase 1 and phase 2 will go right together, and we're prepared to move quite quickly. We've got, hopefully you'll get to talk to Nick here, but world-class architect. I mean, they're just second to none. We've got the Rimrock guys who are the developer reps that will place and bring in the contractors. We'll try to use as many local people as we can, but it's pretty well thought out. And if I could say that there are similar facilities to the Circuit Florida or the Enclave, but they're not really similar when you look at them. They just have a road that you can drive around, and it's a country club type atmosphere. This is a full-on, we'll have professional safety engineers involved and track designers. It starts with us, but we have track designers that will approve everything we do. But from a safety aspect, it'll be world-class in safety and everything that's needed to be that way, because we intend to train the best in the country, so.
Thank you. All right, before we move into the public hearing portion of this meeting, I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and I'll call y'all back. I'll give you 13 minutes. We'll take it to 7:20. from your speakers and presentation or anything like that? Okay. Just wanted to make sure before we go into the public hearing section. Again, I realize there's a lot of passion in this room. There's a lot of desire in this room. And we're going to listen to everybody, but we're going to ask you to hold it to 3 minutes. I've got speaker cards here, and I'm going to go through them first. And I'm going to go through them in the order they're stacked, which is no particular order. So, and if you've spoken before, I will ask you if you want to speak again. And you're welcome to do that if you choose. Denny Branham, do you want to speak again? Denny Branham here? No, I already spoke. You already spoke. Thank you, sir. Ms. Kitchens, you want to speak again? Yes, ma'am. Okay, please come up and give us your name and address again. We'll give you 3 minutes.
Allegra Kitchens, 1027 South 12th Street, Palatka. I'm also a former city commissioner from 2005 till 2015, Palatka City Commission. So I am familiar with Palatka, the planning boards, and the process going on here. I was very concerned when you all announced that you got information on your dais up there immediately. You had not had it previously. We, the public, were not privy to that information. We had no way to see it, the map that was referenced by your planning director. You got the information at the last minute. That's not really good planning work. That's not really good board work. They should not have done that to you, and it's really bad for the public.
It was only an enlargement of the map that was in the packet.
Well, it was still last minute, and I, as a former city commissioner, I have an issue with last minute stuff coming up. However, if you're voting on the person, then you certainly would vote for Scott Lagacy. I would too. But you're not voting on the person. You're voting on a PUD. You are voting on that, and that you've got to take into certain considerations when you vote on that. Forget about the personalities. Forget about the state legislators, former state legislators that spoke to you. Think about the people and think about the situation you're voting on. Very briefly, there's information missing from the packet. There should be a complete title search. FAA approval has to be had because it's next to the airport. FDOT has to approve it. There needs to be a traffic study done on County Road 309C, State Road 20, and State Road 100. On the positive side, I am glad that this project has prompted local officials to contact Tallahassee to finally get 100 fixed so we quit having so many accidents, although this may increase it. The comment about Seminole Electric, I love that. Prior to 1982, when Seminole Electric was supposed to come here, Clyde Middleton Sr., some of you know him, some of you don't. He was pushing for it. I was against it. I worked for him part-time. We argued over it continually. 1982, after it cranked up, he said, Miss Allegra, he said, you were correct. I was wrong. Seminole said they give local people jobs. They did not. Everything you're promised doesn't always happen, folks. Also, as a planning board, you all have certain things you have to consider that affect things. Two of them are, a couple of them. You have to look at, how does this affect the traffic pattern? Increase it, decrease it. Obviously, it's going to increase it, especially with the PUD that nobody mentioned, the residential PUD that's in this area also. What about that traffic increase added to this? Also, how does it affect the property values? If the property value goes up, people's taxes go up, which is going to irritate them. If it goes down, then they can't sell their property. And as to the point of taxes, if the legislature does what they want to do, they'll get rid of taxes. So you can't say this is going to increase our tax base, because it won't. The quality of life issue, that's number one and most important. Using existing noise levels at the gun range and other places to say, well, that's okay, then it's okay for me to have noise that damages people. The gun range is once in a while. I live in Palatka, close to the ravines by the railroad track. I can hear them shooting at the gun range and the ski club on occasion, but it's not all the time. It's only once in a while, but I'm about 3 miles away. So if I can hear that, I know I'll be able to hear this. I also can hear the car races.
Your 3 minutes is up, ma'am.
Okay, well, the bottom line is this is the same argument they use for hog waller they're giving you for this. And with the dirt bike racing, the staff said dirt bike racing, and they said mud bogging. This is just like hog waller. How'd that work out for you?
Thank you, ma'am. James McDaniel.
Nope.
Thank you. James McDaniel has left. Okay. Carl Denard, you want to speak again?
Yes. Carl Dennard, 124 Peavine Court. Again, we're about a mile or so away from this. I want to get you focused back to the actual PUD agreement. All this stuff is fluff, everything's great. It gets me excited. I live in the area. We do feel like we're getting bulldozed over here. Our concerns, I don't believe, are being met. Our lifestyle is going to change dramatically because of this. But the PUD agreement states 2 phases. Phase 1, basically the racetrack, all the little things that go around with that, okay? Phase 2 is then all this other fluff and everything, all these other great things that they talked about will happen at that point. Bobby Payne stood in front of you and said one of the reasons Putnam County is not developed lately is because of lack of a market, weak market. There's an out in that second phase that says we'll do this over a 20-year period based on market conditions. If Bobby Payne says there's a weak market, why will they do all this? I just think you got to look back at that and get away from all this fluff and everything, and ultimately what's going to go on here. So there's a lot of other things that need to be addressed. Unfortunately, we can't do this in 3 minutes. They had well over an hour to bring all that to you, and I would like to see this tabled at this point for further discussion. Let's get everybody in here and get everybody on and have a better conversation over this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Alvin Hall. Has Alvin Hall left the room? Okay. My fingers don't want to work today. Kevin Branham, you're done? Justin Collier. He left. Ed Reed, did you want to speak again?
Mr. Reed left.
Tim Williams, are you still here? You want to speak again? Okay.
Tim Williams, 101 Twin Lake Grove Court, Interlochen, Florida. Like I said before, I'm in favor of it. Like I said, last year I ran for county commissioner, and one of my things was, going around the county, I learned a lot about this county. And everybody talked about how poor it is in this county, how there's no infrastructure, there's no services because we don't have the tax base and stuff. They're worried about this racetrack, and they keep saying racetrack. They think it's going to be a weekly event. It's going to be a thing that's going to be constantly making noise. It's not. From the way they described it, and like I said, I do this. I go to a lot of these events. I drive fast cars. I'm passionate about it, but it's not a constant thing. But the revenue stream that it will bring in for this county's in a deficit on its tax base, big time. They get a lot of state and federal funds to help compensate. The type of revenue that they'll bring in is phenomenal. I'm just a small fish. I spend a few $100 a week, a few $1,000 on a weekend to go do big races. I've been to Daytona, drove my car in there. That was a $3,500 weekend just for me, and I'm a small fish. So again, the money that it's going to bring in, that's what we need. I don't think the sound levels are going to be a problem. Again, speaking from a point where this is something that I do. They said Hogwaller didn't help it. Hogwaller makes a lot of money from bringing people in. Hogwaller doesn't make money from local residents. They make money from the big events that they have where they bring thousands of people in. You've got the bass tournaments that bring thousands. That's tourism dollars. That's what we want. People to come in, spend the money, and be able to leave. You're going to build track home developments out on 207. That's going to hurt the county because once those houses are built, they're homestead exempt. Your tax base is capped. They need more schools. They need more infrastructure, more law enforcement officers. You don't need that with this. This is a business, and it's going to have a better tax base because there's no cap on a homestead on these garage things that they're going to build. These people are going to spend a lot of money on these places, and they're not going to be capped at the homestead exemption like everything else. So it's going to be a great revenue stream. It's going to be a great business thing, I think. I'm a business owner here. I'd love to see it. It's going to benefit a lot of businesses around here, hotels, the restaurants, and everything. It's going to bring dollars into Putnam County. That's what we need to get this county growing. We don't need to build thousands of homes everywhere and disrupt our ruralness. This ain't going to disrupt the ruralness of this county. This is just going to bring tourism in and let them leave. So I think it's a great idea. I think it's going to be beneficial for us. You're not going to please everybody, But when you got more of a tax base and you can, Mr. Deloach can hire a few more officers, we can get a few more fire trucks because now we've getting another $4 or $5 million a year from this thing or something. That's going to be a great thing. They're worried about noise. Mr. Deloach needs to go out there and get all these trucks off the road that got straight pipes that will make no more noise than these race cars do. So, it's a great thing. I really do think we'll see a lot of benefit for Putnam County with this coming in here. You're going to have a lot of people. They're going to be training race car drivers, like you said, from NASCAR and different. That's a $1 billion industry. To bring a few dollars of that into Putnam County to help us, I think it'd be great. Looks like they're going to build a great facility. It's not going to be a little, track like in Satsuma that's falling apart that hasn't been updated in years, and that track could hold events, but it's old, it's outdated. This I think is new, and it's going to be a great benefit for Putnam County. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Killebrew.
Good evening. My name's Ed Killebrew. I live at 146 Barden Estate Circle. Right off the top of my head, I go by that place twice a day, on my way to town and on my way home. I have no reason to believe that it's going to generate any more traffic than I see now. I have problems getting off Barden Road every morning for traffic going to QI Roberts and coming back from the bus that brings people to St. John's Water Management every morning. It's got a mile of traffic backed up behind it when it comes in there. I'm going to say this. I'm a sixth generation Putnam County. Lived here all my life. My children born and raised here. They went to school here, and what I wanted to happen for them was the fact that they could go to school here, and if they wanted to, they could stay and go to college and then have a job here. Both of them have done that. I've got grandchildren now that I'm looking to do the same thing. I think back to 2008 when the crash, everyone call that, happened. We had GP pull out of our county. Out in Hawthorne and at the chip and saw mill. When they pulled out, it wasn't just GP and their employees that was affected. It was the pulpwooders. It was people that supplied gas to the pulpwooders and fuel and tire, oil, and all those things. I see this complex as building something like that back up. Everything that would come to it with it, to better it. The fuel, the tires. The hotels, the things that they're saying would happen. I see it as a thing like that. Ms. Kitchens alluded to the gun range a while ago, the shotgun, the skeet club. That, I don't know, I guess she doesn't go out there and sit and listen, but they shoot every day out there. Y'all know that. If you're in Putnam County, you know that. They shoot every day, every afternoon, bam, 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 into the night. So, and again, I was invited to a meeting the other night with the owners and with their lawyers and such that. Walked into the meeting and was listening and talking about the straight pipes on trucks. We were sitting there and interrupted 2 or 3 times by Jake brakes, the diesels coming down the 309C and coming down 100. We had to completely stop talking to wait till they got by to be able to do that. So I don't believe that the noise is going to be an issue here. I don't believe the traffic's going to be an issue because you got as I was told, most of these people are going to fly in. They're already talking about trying to make the airport a jet port. So, this was just fit right in, like they were saying, just fit right in with everything. They'd fly in, have a taxiway right to where they needed to go, get off, do their thing for a couple of days, get back on their airplane and go. So I just see, good things. And I'm sorry to have repeated a lot of things, but thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Benji Bates.
Good evening, Benji Bates, 3400 Crill Avenue, Palatka, Florida. So I own property within a mile of this. I'm also the current chair of the Putnam County Chamber of Commerce. For far too long, our community has been the one that's passed by. And I think tonight's the first step in us leading the way. What I heard tonight was economic growth, I heard jobs, and I heard quality of life. And those are things that our community desperately needs. First, this is going to deliver economic growth. This project is going to pay full market value property taxes year after year. That's a steady stream of revenue to our local municipalities that's desperately needed. There's sales tax coming from the fuel, the parts, the food, the merchandise. There's impact fees. As Laura admitted or spoke to earlier, there's millions of dollars coming back into this community. Secondly, it's about jobs, and not just any job, but good paying jobs. There's hospitality, manufacturing, tourism, and all this, importantly, is backed by local training programs with our local schools and state college that I'm confident will give the locals a chance to be first in line and capitalize on these jobs. I think it also brings excitement. Family fun with a go-kart track, museum, and the county's first 4-star hotel. This will raise our profile. This will boost and help, I believe, every local restaurant, shop, and business. And even our emergency teams will fit with a place to train, boosting public safety. This is the kind of transformative opportunities and we have it right here. I urge you to support this unanimously. We can be the county people drive through, or we can be the county people drive to. This project makes us a destination.
Thank you. Brett Sloan.
Good evening. My name is Brock Sloan, 2000 Reed Street, Palatka, Florida. Today I am here both professionally and personally. Beck Automotive, starting originally with Carl Beck. Beck Automotive has a long relationship with the Legacy family. It has even sponsored race cars for Scotty in the past, ARCA, Truck Series, and others. Everything they do, and all of our past experience with them in racing and personally, has been nothing short of exemplary. I'm in business. I understand the economic benefits of projects like this. I would be glad to go into the specific details, but for the sake of time tonight, I will simply say that projects like this, the one we saw tonight, are economic powerhouses. Job creation, educational opportunities, events, special activities. This is not a racetrack. This is a special use facility which will be used for many things, all in our community and others together. Projects like this can sometimes be controversial. I understand the position and the concerns, frankly. In my humble opinion, the brilliance of this project is its location. K. Larkin Airport has been in operation since 1938. We should not have the same fear as other locations considering such projects, as we know exactly what the noise level is, and we have for a very long time. The location of the track and the benefits of having a wall and surrounding trees to diminish the sound even lower, I could not think of a better location. We don't get to choose who invests in our community. Could you imagine a better scenario for Putnam County? You have the Legacies, a longtime Putnam County family with deep ties who care about this community. They clearly know racing. They have performed at the highest levels nationally. They have long-term associations and partnerships with groups like General Motors, Hendricks Racing, and many others. So clearly, they only work with the very best. A couple of legendary Mosler family, visionary leaders in the automotive sports world. We have the right leadership team, the right vision, the right place, and we have it at the right time. As I said earlier, projects can be controversial. About Art Williams, the only way to not be controversial is to be average and ordinary. And Putnam County is anything but average and ordinary. This project is anything but average and ordinary. So I hope that you will give this the green light so that you may use a racing term. Gentlemen, you can start your economic engines. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Luis Rodriguez.
My name is Luis Rodriguez, 108 Francis Road, Palatka, Florida, 32177. One thing I have to say about this county is that there is a problem. Look behind me, look at the demographics. Who are you really asking? Talk about we the people or the public. These meetings are being had, you guys are having these meetings throughout the middle of the day where everybody's working, not late in the evenings. Not only that, but I just got wind of this racetrack coming up and everything happens to be happening under the table. Now, there's a lack of transparency here. Look at the demographics. I'm not a person who reads the newspaper all the time, and a lot of people my age don't read the newspaper. They don't go to your county website to look at what's going on because they're uneducated. But one thing that does happen is that people do read their mail. And I have heard nothing but lies here and only one truth. And that came directly from the mouth of Mr. Junior, okay? That they don't have the resources. So if there's no resources, where's the money coming from? That means that there's a bond that's about to be taken out. And if there's a bond taken out, that is a mortgage, a loan, and who's going to pay for that? That's going to be the people of Palatka who's going to pay for it. Not the outside money that's coming in. So this is the reality of what's going on. Not only that, but the city and the county don't have the same exact plans, right? If the city's doing something, the county should have it too as well. Everybody should be on the same page. But what's happening is that I talk to a lot of residents and they're afraid to talk because apparently there seems to be a lot of group of people in here trying to intimidate people and they get targeted straight at their jobs. And that's a problem. That's a big conflict. Now, I'm putting you on notice right now that I did reach out to the President of the United States, the Governor, the Secretary of State, the Department of Justice, and I want them to come and audit this entire county. Because what's happening here is that the children are being used as a landmine. Oh, so you're incentivizing kids to have fun rather than giving them jobs. $200 million to give 50 plus jobs? The numbers don't add up. Who's getting these jobs? I'll tell you who. Mostly outsiders. Ain't gonna be the insiders because they don't have the capability to or the experience. So this is a dog and pony show going on here. And there's a lot of lawyers and apparently there's a lot of people in somebody's pocket in here. And when you hear those kind of numbers, 200 million, a lot of monkeys will dance. So there has to be a transparency here going on. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Wayne Westbury. Is Wayne Westbury here? Yes, he is.
Good late afternoon. Wayne Westbury, 168 County Road 309C. How's everybody tonight? Just want to say congratulations, Charlie. Very good, very nice. Well done. Well brought forward. You know, and you know, our house is right there. We're half a mile. And of course, we're not happy about this. I was impressed, though. Scott met my wife and I at the property the other day, and we did talk for quite some time. And more than likely, this is a done deal. But you know, I don't even know why we're here tonight. This is more than likely a done deal. But there's a lot of things that are just not sure that we would love to see in writing before you all make your vote, before you make your decision. You know, we talked about when the car runs around the track. Is that one car or is that 40 cars? You know, you talk about these high-performance cars. These things are loud. And I don't believe that 140 is correct. I think it's more like 200 decibels. But, y'all, you know, we rely on Google to do all this. is there a noise ordinance in Putnam County, and are we meeting that noise ordinance, you know? And the buffers we talk about, the land usage, that wetlands on the right-hand side, can we get that in writing that it's going to stay wetlands, that we're not going to mess with that we will leave it there as a buffer? Is that in writing? You know, all these things need to be in writing. Can they build a sound berm? Can we say, all right, we'll vote on this if y'all build a berm over there to cut down on the sound? You know, just little things that would help us feel better that you cared enough to have these things put in writing. We talked about the mud bog. I'm very familiar with the mud bog. I think a lot of y'all know that. That's a loud day right there. Y'all have no idea how loud that is. I just want to say that, you know, we're talking about this tonight, and I would hope that we could table this, get it all in writing, get it written out that this is what's going to happen, and then vote on it. Other than that, you know, it is a great facility. They got some great ideas. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be well done, professional. I trust them. I know Scott and them will do a great job, but I would love to see all this in writing so that I know that it's not going to interfere us in the long run. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Jeffrey, it looks like Barnes. Take your time, sir.
Jeffrey Barnes, 104 River Shores Road. We own also on 104 Springside, Coventry Oaks Farm. And when we first heard about the facility, we were nervous because obviously the noise like everybody else. After talking with Scott and Scotty, they've kind of assured me that we can tweak our times during the ceremony time when the girls are saying their vows, that they can shift a little bit back and forth, and we can on our end too. So he's expressed his, he has promised that we could work together on that. And I think this is a great thing for the county. When we bought the property out there, before we bought the property, we came in and talked to Mike Brown, who used to work here. And we were telling him about what we wanted to do and some ideas and things. And I told him, I said, I love Palatka. I think it's the best kept secret in Florida. His response was, it's too good a secret. This would be a good tax base for the county. It's money that's needed, and we support it.
Thank you, sir. And finally, we have Sharon Harris. You know we'd get to you eventually.
I decided to speak at the last minute. Hi, good evening. Thank you for everybody's time tonight. This has been very enlightening. My name is Sharon Harris. I live at 115 Francis Church Road, so it looks like I'll have new neighbors soon. So because I came to strongly oppose what was going to be happening, and sitting here, I wanted to be enlightened, and I have been. Charlie, you did a great job just going over everything, and I've been reassured hearing the things. I love Martha and Wayne, they're my neighbors, but I am here to say that I am supporting what is happening. I've lived on Francis Church Road for 44 years, so it's not like I've just moved in there. I love Putnam County. I want to see good things happening, and I think this is going to bring about the changes that I think that this county needs. So yes, I am concerned about the noise. I can hear planes coming over my house. I can hear the gun range, but I think that they're going to address those issues, And I'm here to say I've changed my mind this evening. It's been a long evening, but I've changed my mind, and I am endorsing what they're proposing.
Thank you so much. That's the last speaker card that I have. This is the last chance, going once, going twice. Anybody else want to speak? All right, I don't see anybody jumping up and running to the podium. I will close the public hearing section of this meeting. Are there questions that anyone on the board would have of Mr. Douglas or his team? I have one. I know in the development agreement, it talks about having emergency services on site at all times when the track is running or when things are going. Will those be county employees, or will those be off-duty county employees, or where are you going to get the ambulance from? Just those questions came up. Okay.
Scott Legacy, Senior. So that usually, just from experience with other tracks, we will always have an ambulance. There'll be 2 EMTs with the ambulance at all times when there are cars on the track. And that happens a lot of different ways. Some tracks purchase and own an ambulance, and then they just have local off-duty EMTs, or you schedule with the fire department, and it's a cost. It's just a cost we have to bear. If that means there has to be 2 new EMTs in the area, then we bear that cost. So it's something we pay for. It's just a known expense. It's not cheap, but we won't ever run cars on the track at speed without an ambulance there. If somebody was to be hurt, that's part of the reason why we design, and we pay safety engineers for this. And the ambulance was to leave, then you shut down operation until the ambulance gets back, or you have to have a second ambulance on site. It's pretty common in the industry, so.
Okay. Just wanted to ask that question because I know that our emergency services are growing, but they're having a hard time keeping pace with the need with their vehicles and their staff that they can field out there. So,
yeah,
thank you.
We intend to work with emergency services and do training and so forth. So there might be some trade outs there, but we'll work with them and develop a process that's top, state of the art. So.
That was the only question I had that wasn't answered tonight. All right, gentlemen. I'll entertain discussion.
So I've got just a couple of questions, because if I didn't ask questions,
You wouldn't be you.
I wouldn't be me. So I've heard tonight that, and I don't know who exactly on the team can speak to this, that I understand that there's some issues or a little obstacle there with hooking into the water and the sewer from the city. I'm sure that this can be worked out. What I would like to ask is, regardless of how that initial piece is going to play out, I believe that the city, the county, and everybody's going to eventually see in the future a need for extending these utilities. It's not a requirement or anything else. I just want to have a conversation to see if we could benefit future or even some of the folks that live in the residential area there. Is there a way that some of the setbacks can also be maybe set aside as a PUE or something similar to that, so that if the water, the sewer, because right now, if you look at the city of Palatka, and I'm speaking way over my skis, I do this part for a living, they got deadheads on the water service, and you never really want that. And I think someday somebody's going to see the need to make the loop and extend it to the west. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, Rob Matthews, DCCM, 7 Waldo Street, St. Augustine. Great question. Having easements through the site in those setbacks, absolutely. We'll work through with Putnam County and through the DRC, through that design process to make sure that's available. It's just good engineering design and good practicality to loop those systems for flow, depending on whatever issues happen. But, but right now, making the space for this. That's definitely been discussed and worked out in the project.
Okay. I just kind of want, then the next question is, in my past life, working for a consultant, we did some work on 309C through that area, and there's this weird little jog that throws the right-of-way off, and it starts basically where the first proposal for the driveway is, and then it goes up through the curve there. And it's very small, but it impacts future right-of-way expansion. The reason I'm getting at this, I'm looking at West Larson Road, right? It kind of comes out of the industrial area, and then it goes into a very smaller neck down road. I was just throwing it out there as a request that maybe some of that area could be looked at to kind of square that. It's very narrow. I'm just asking for consideration at some point, because one of the feedback I get is the traffic on 309C, and then the other piece is there's actually going to be like an unbuildable area, because once you do the setbacks at the north, right at the 100 at 309C, it's got that weird, maybe some consideration there, and I'm sure that the DRC and the FDOT will ask about
and
that.
That was going to be my response. We're going to work through all those issues like you're talking about through the DRC process. Right now, we're working through those land use issues and zoning, but when we come down to the actual, you'll see there's arrows. When we come down to the actual driveway placement, that arrow could be shifted a little bit. We'll work those kind of things out.
Yeah. Understood. I'm asking questions that have been asked of me, so.
No
that's
problem.
kind
And
of-
I want to make sure I am the best, but I don't have.
Understood, but I just wanted to kind of get it out there so that some of these, maybe we can help with some of the reservation on this. And then the last one was, some folks were wondering about, well, that's not, I'll let that one go. I think you pretty much addressed all the rest of them. So it's basically looking to the future for utility connections and more expansion to the west. And I appreciate your time and let me put that out, so.
Oh, you're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Anyone else have questions they'd like to ask of the team? Before we vote, I would like to say that what's before us tonight is the first gate. And no, we don't have details. We don't have detailed drawing specifications or anything like that. Our job is to get it off the ground and get it moving. When this project, if it goes forward and if it passes the Board of County Commissioners, it's going to be heavily scrutinized. The Development Review Committee, which is really not a committee as such, but it is representatives from every governmental agency that will possibly have any contact with or impact on or be impacted by this project. And it will be fully vetted through those people. Now, some of them have gone through it preliminarily and come back with a few suggestions and questions that will have to be answered, but many of them have not seen it yet. And any project like this, any PUD, we're just the starting gate. But we get the project off the ground, the BOCC takes it from us, looks at it probably through different eyes than we have, and then the DRC gets a hold of it, and they'll tear it apart. They'll pick it apart. They'll pick every little piece of it. And if there's something with a right-of-way, or if there's something with a utility easement, or if there's something with power sources or power lines going through the property, they're going to look at all of that and make sure that everything's compatible before they're allowed to go forward. Before this project gets to permitting, it's going to take a while. And I think, Mr. Scott, you were a little bit optimistic maybe in getting permitting by December. But I like optimism. This world is built on optimism. So that's why we're just doing we're at 30,000 feet right now looking down. The next level, when it gets to DRC, they're going to be coming in for a landing. And they're going to be seeing the leaves on those trees, and we're just going to be seeing blobs of green. But it's important to go through this process, not only because it's what the state requires of us, but it's also due diligence for Putnam County. And I want to thank everybody who has come to speak, who has come to sit, who has come to be here tonight and exercise your civic duty. This is a project to be very impactful for Putnam County. It's not a project that was developed overnight. And unfortunately, in development, industrial growth, community development, things like this, projects of this magnitude, they do have to be kept shrouded. And it's not secrecy. It's just getting the job done before you open the door for a lot of people to ask questions. And we're the first place to ask questions. It has to be that way. Because if somebody else knew that they were coming to us with this project, can you imagine how many people would be on their doorstep tomorrow saying, bring it to us? And we're just, we're just sitting here. So, by saying that, I hope everybody understands that what has happened tonight was what had to happen tonight. And I can assure you that we're not sitting up here receiving anything for this. Our time is donated to the county, and we're happy to do it, or we wouldn't be sitting here. So we thank you. We appreciate everybody that's worked on this project. You have done an incredible presentation. I was not expecting this tonight. I didn't know what to expect. But I'm happy that we've sat through this and you've waited for us and we've gotten to this point. At this time, I will entertain a motion.
Before we do that, could I ask a question?
Sure.
The one gentleman that talked about knowledge of us, the thing tonight, et cetera, do we not place little placards
Oh, yes.
on the property? I mean, is that done a day before, a week
It's
before?
done weeks before, isn't it? Our notification period, we have to do advertisements in the local org, which is the Palatka Daily News.
Okay.
We have to place the signs on the property. And every project that we had tonight had signs up. So, and they're placed every 300 feet or something like that.
So I have timestamp photos of when the signs went out on that property. It occurred on August 1st, 12 days ago, placed every 500 feet along the public right-of-way, which is in accordance with local regulations.
Mm-hmm. And the advertisement was in the paper Saturday before last. And a couple days before that, there was an ad that was inset on one of the pages early on in the paper. So, because I always look for those before I get my packet. But those signs are up there orange. And they are, they don't melt in the rain anymore. They used to get torn up in the rain. But they're now nice plastic signs. So they're placed every 500 feet in front of a project site, on the highway, and on the roads. And I drove by tonight, and they were there before I came to the meeting, so they're all there. But these are notifications that are done. So thank you, John, for that
Thank you.
question. You had a question? Who had a question?
No, I didn't have a question. I really just was going to make a couple statements. This whole project, I mean, growth for growth's sake is not always positive. We have to look at projects based on how they're going to affect residents of Putnam County. I kind of am in the middle of the road on everything. Do I believe they're going to spend $200 million out there? Probably not. Do I believe the noise out there is going to be as bad as The ones who are here against it, probably not. I think it's gonna be somewhere in the middle. I think, yes, there's gonna be noise. I think it's gonna have a great impact. It probably won't have the dramatic impact that maybe we think it will. But the net result of this project seems to be positive. It seems like that Putnam County could use and could move forward, and the negatives aren't there to just dismiss this project. You know, everybody, when they start a new project in the planning stage, has grandiose ideas of what they're going to do. And even if half of this comes true, it's still a positive effect for Putnam County. Now, granted, there's going to be some people that are close to it that may or may not like it. But we have to look at it from a big picture standpoint, and ultimately, it's gonna be a positive effect, in my opinion, for Putnam County. So that's where I'm at on it.
Ms. Hafner, what are your thoughts? No one will speak?
He can't hear you.
He can't hear me. No, he's just being quiet. Jason?
So there are a lot of positives that I gained from this whole project. From the collaboration with law enforcement to the St. John's River State College, collaboration just with those two units alone creates some excitement for me. I look at the owners, you know, some of the attributes that I've heard regarding the owners, and I don't know them, I've never met them, I've heard about them. You know, it's honor, integrity, commitment to community. Wayne Westbrook to see stuff in writing, and I understand Wayne's perspective on that, but I think you're dealing with people that have honor, they have integrity. So I think, and commitment to community, so I think those attributes will lead to get things that this community protection for the decibels, the sound, the whatever the case may be, whatever the negatives may be. I think the owners have shown their commitment resolved. Meeting with the area people, the adjacent property owners, I mean, their due diligence here is significant. I think that level of importance to them. You know, the time frame that was mentioned, I was thinking this thing was going to take 5 years to get to flight. We're talking maybe 2 years. A lot of positives about this, and I'm very excited about this thing coming to light, and I'm ready to make motion and move this thing forward.
Okay, wait just a minute. Stanley, any thoughts?
I like what he said.
All right, John.
Okay, well, I asked a question early on to the folks proposing this, the gentleman is, and the question was, why Palatka? Okay, and he made a great response. So he's not an outsider coming into town, getting everybody liquored up about this, that, and the other stuff, and he wants to make something of it. Now, are there some tangling participles out there or something like that everything's not tied down? Perhaps, but there's a process, the DRC and the other stuff, that they'll go through. The stuff about the sewage, the water, all that'll take place. I'm confident. That's why you have meetings. Is everybody 100% satisfied? Perhaps not. But progress moves on, and that's why we have procedures and policy, and that's what we're doing here tonight. And I was pretty excited about the presentation tonight. I was also excited to listen to the folks who were on the other side. And hopefully everybody who was on the other side had an opportunity to adequately espouse what that was. And that's why we have the open forum.
Thank you, sir. Well, I can say I've sat on this board for several years, and this is the most exciting project I've ever seen. And having worked on the comp plan and many revisions to the Land Development Code, and having sat up here month after month and gone through small projects and small applications that were great, they were vital to whoever was bringing them forward and vital to some people. Some were bigger, but this is the most exciting project I've ever sat in on. And it gives me a lot of hope. It gives me a lot of hope that Putnam County can do something like this, that there's a vision for Putnam County of this magnitude. And all the people who've been brought together to work on it, some of whom I grew up with, some of whom I've known my whole life, others I'd never met before. But I feel like due diligence has been done. And like I said, this is the opening gate. You got a long race ahead of you. So don't get too excited if we say yes tonight. Because you got to go through several more hurdles to get to where you want to get to. But I can tell you that from my standpoint, having been up here for like 12, 15 years, this is phenomenal. So I appreciate your passion for your home and for your home county. John and I can both say this is our home too. We grew up and left for 30 years and came back. And we wanted to come back. And, you know, I think it's great.
That's why we're all sitting up here.
That's right.
So.
This is home, and we feel a passion about it. So now I will entertain that motion.
I'm gonna make a motion that
Uh-oh.
we approve PUD 25-000-003. That is consistent with goals, objectives, and policies of the Putnam County Comprehensive Plan and Land Development Code.
Okay.
Madam Chair, before you call for that vote,
Yes.
just so I can clarify, are we approving it as presented with staff recommendations?
With the staff with the staff red lines, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Sorry, there was two different things there,
attachment
wasn't it? Yeah.
2.5,
Yep,
Yep. Yes, sir.
that was, okay, thank you.
yeah, I move what he said.
All right. I have a proper motion and a second on the floor, on the table. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Chair votes aye. Thank you very much. And to those of you who came to speak against it, we heard you. And we feel like your questions are going to be answered. Before my board gets out of here, y'all can stay if you want to. We've just got to approve the minutes of the previous meeting.
I'll make a motion, we approve the minutes from the last meeting. Second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Ashley, did you get that? Okay, all in favor of approving the minutes? Aye. Aye. Chair votes aye. Is there any old business? Any new business? It is 8:13. This meeting is adjourned.